the arrival of our special guest of honor for today's event, in person of the Lagos State Commissioner for Education, Honorable Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo. Is she in our midst, please? The Lagos State Commissioner for Education, Honorable Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo. Is she in our midst, please? I got signals initially that she's in our midst. Not yet. Okay. So, when she comes into our midst or any of our representatives, I will let the general audience know about that. Now, let's move along quickly to the next part of our program, which is the welcome address. I hope I'm permitted to move to the welcome address. Okay. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, I did tell you that this event is powered by the foremost Chamber of Commerce in Africa, the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. So right about now, I want to welcome our chief host, who is no other person than the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, in person of Asiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole, CON, FNMI, CNMI. Of course, he is the present president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to come give us his welcome address as the chief host of this event. Please, we can do well for our president as he comes on stage, please.
Thank you. The Deputy President here present, Bishop Idahosa. I also acknowledge the Vice President, Engineer Kupoluyi. Special guests who are here, you are all acknowledged. Then the chairman of this very program, I also acknowledge you. Council members here present, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Of course, our friends of the press, you are highly welcome to this event. I am very delighted to welcome you all to this maiden edition of the Lagos Education Fair, organized by the foremost Chamber of Commerce, LCCI. This fair is yet another addition to our diverse portfolio of events, which include the Lagos International Trade Fair, the Information, Communications and Telecommunications Fair, Expo, ICITEL, and the virtual Lagos Solar Conference. And I can assure you that it is going to be a very worthwhile event. The theme of this fair is transforming education, enhancing access to qualitative tertiary education, and it underscores the imperative of ensuring that many more pupils are not only able to enroll in tertiary institutions, but also enjoy excellent learning opportunities. I want to welcome the Lagos State Commissioner for Education. Am I right or wrong? Sorry? The two men, the commissioner is here. Well, let me greet my sister then. How are you? I do have mask. Yeah, how are you?
Fine, thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
I knew you replied. Anyway, we'll talk later.
All right.
Yeah, she's the professor and good friend of my good aburo, a commissioner in Lagos State, and also privileged to be vice chancellor of LASU. Madam, you are very, very welcome. So we can keep moving on, that the focus is to reposition the education sector in Nigeria by bringing together investors, operators, regulatory agencies, service providers, and other stakeholders in the education sector to deepen the conversation on the worrisome state of education in Nigeria. It is about ensuring that human capital development enjoys the deserved priority in the quest to unleash the potentials of the nation's citizens through increased efficiency and productivity for sustainable economic growth and development. SCCI was established in the year 1888. That puts us at 134 years this year, and represents the business community that accounts for almost 60% of industrial output in Nigeria. The Chamber champions initiatives that promote private enterprise, well, I have to, at this point, having recognized the Vice Chancellor of our great university in Lagos, Lagos State University, Professor Mrs. Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, having recognized her, I also want to acknowledge the Commissioner for Education, Honorable Mrs. Folashade Adevisayo. Madam, you are welcome. Indeed, the importance of a transformed education sector to the nation's economic growth and development cannot be overemphasized. Adequate access to reliable and affordable education is a catalyst for productivity enhancement, industrialization, and revenue optimization to make the economy globally competitive. Nigeria, and indeed Africa, can only join the League of Developing Economies if education enjoys deserved focus and transformation, especially with emerging realities in the development of technology for digital learning and artificial intelligence. We know with delight some positive developments in the nation's education sector. The UNICEF, for instance, is said to be currently supporting Nigeria to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is on quality education by the year 2030. Besides, we commend President Muhammad Buhari, GCFR, for fulfilling his pledge to increase allocation to the education sector this year by 50%. Indeed, the increase from 742.5 billion naira in last year's budget to the current figure of 1.29 trillion naira in the current year's budget is much more than 50%. However, this is less than the 10% of the 2020 budget and far from the 15 to 20% benchmark recommended by the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO. Let me take this opportunity to commend the vision of Lagos State through the state's Ready, Set, Work initiative, which is aimed at ensuring that every graduating student from the tertiary institutions in Lagos State acquires the requisite knowledge, the skills, and attitude required to gain meaningful employment after leaving college. The private sector too deserves to be commended for its support to the nation's education sector. Such tech giants and telecoms companies, for instance, have recently announced multi-billion-dollar partnerships with UNICEF to boost digital learning in Nigeria and some other African countries under the UNICEF Reimagine Education Initiative, which was launched in the year 2020. Digital learning is one of the topics for a panel discussion tomorrow at this very important program. The regular rift between the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and the frequency of strikes by the union calls for more funding and more attention to the terms and conditions of teaching profession in Nigeria. We urge the government at both state and federal levels to vote more resources and attention to education. We wish to reiterate that public-private partnership remains the best option for tackling national issues on funding, including the prevailing challenges of the nation's education sector. The Chamber is very much interested in collaborating with the government within our jurisdiction to enhance education. The SCCI is therefore delighted to create this platform as part of our own contribution to the desired repositioning of the nation's education sector, where we are of the firm belief that this fair will help to provide not just solutions to the challenges the system is facing in Nigeria, but also for recommendations that will fast-track the transformation of the sector in our country. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I encourage you all to take advantage of this great event, which holds today and tomorrow, to showcase innovative ideas and solutions to the current challenges facing our education sector. At the Chamber, we shall continue to introduce innovative programs by leveraging our experience and capacity, using technology to other platforms to deliver value to our esteemed stakeholders. On behalf of our council and the entire membership of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I would like to express my profound appreciation to all participants, especially our sponsors and exhibitors, our partners, and all those who are here today and who will be here tomorrow will make this event a reality. It is our firm belief that you will sustain your partnership with us in the interest of our great nation and this very important sector of our economy. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, the morning is fresh, and I would like some energy from all of us gathered here this morning. Let's give another round of applause to our president. Thank you very much, sir, the president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, for that wonderful welcome address. Just before the president mounted the podium here, I did announce the arrival of our special guest of honor today in person of the Honorable Commissioner for Lagos State Education, in person of Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo. And good thing, while the president was giving his delivery, he had to make a pause and recognize our presence. So ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome one more time, officially, our special guest for today's occasion, the Lagos State Commissioner for Education, Honorable Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo, ably represented in person here today. I also want to quickly read out some wonderful dignitaries that are in our midst this morning. Please permit me to quickly do that. We also saw the president equally recognize the presence of our keynote speaker one for today's occasion in person of Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, the VC of Lagos State University, LASU. Madam, once more you're welcome. And we also have in our midst today Professor Samuel Oye Bamidele, the Vice Chancellor, Anchor University, Lagos. Sir, you're welcome. Also in our midst this morning is a wonderful woman I've known for some time now, and that's in person of Madam Adetola A. Salau, the Senior Special Assistant to the Executive Governor of Lagos State on STEM. Madam, it's always a pleasure seeing you. And of course, too, we have Professor Sidi Osho, who was the past VC of Afe Babalola University and past Commissioner of Education, Ogun State, and also the promoter, University for Women, Africa. Madam, you're very welcome to today's event. And also on this list, I have Anike Ade, who's the Fund Treasurer, Director of Communication for the same University for Women, Africa. I hope I got that right, madam. You're welcome to the program. Welcome. Okay. I also have another very distinguished individual in our midst in person of Honorable Mrs. Modupe Onobanjo, Chairman, Education Sectorial Group, LCCI. Madam, can we see you? Good. You're welcome to the program. Welcome. Welcome. And of course, once more, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the maiden edition of the Lagos Education Fair powered by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And as you also heard the president say when he was giving his welcome address, we want to thank Lagos State government for the wonderful support. And of course, we don't want to forget to mention the British Council for its wonderful support. British Council is the official conference sponsor for this maiden edition of the Lagos Education Fair 2022. Now at this point in time, thank you very much for that. At this point in time, I want to go straight to the goodwill messages. We have some wonderful messages from some of our dignitaries and VIPs gathered this morning. And first on my list, please make welcome as I invite Honorable Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo, the Lagos State Commissioner for Education, to give us our goodwill message. Madam, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think I can safely say that we will observe protocols because the protocol list is fairly long, but I think I should still acknowledge and thank LCCI, the president, as well as the vice president. I greet you this morning, and I greet, of course, our many VCs here. This is a heavy powered place, so it's not easy to sit with VCs. I've only been lucky to be once referred to as a VC in my life, and I felt this big. My late uncle, Professor Akinkugbe, went for a funeral, and I asked him to keep a seat for me. So when I got there with my two friends, somebody came out looking very worried. Are you the 3 female vice chancellors that Professor Akinkugbe is waiting for? And I said, well, in Yoruba we say, "Ape money temi dire." Maybe I will become a VC someday, so I better say yes at that point. So that's how we marched in, and everybody was looking at us. Which universities are these ones VCs of? But anyway, it's great to be in the midst of VCs here. And I greet everybody here. Thank you so much for having me. I greet our SSA STEM, who is involved in a very, very critical part of education today, and who is doing it with great aplomb and style, and of course, in a sustainable way. Thank you. Now, the topic for today is extremely important: transforming education, enhancing access to qualitative tertiary education. As someone whose forte is actually pre-tertiary education, I think this is extremely important for me as well. Because when you look at it, who teaches? The people come from these tertiary institutions. So ultimately, at the end of the day, whether you are in pre-primary, post-primary, or secondary, or whatever, all of us are concerned with the quality of tertiary education that we have in this country. And increasingly, it is becoming worrisome. And here I will speak from my personal experience that we recruit teachers in Lagos State. When people retire, we try and recruit to cover the gap. I have never in my life seen such essays written by people who say they are graduates. So actually, my first sympathy goes to vice chancellors and lecturers, because I do not know how you can read the script of somebody who can barely string a comprehensible sentence in the English language. It's frightening. It's worrisome because they are teaching the students, and so they are passing on these poor skills onto these children, so that the level of literacy in our primary schools and secondary schools is pretty low. Again, because we are getting, not for many reasons, please, but one of them, of course, is that their teachers are also not great. As we all know, education quality is not determined by the buildings. The buildings are important. It's good to be in a conducive environment, and sometimes we underestimate the power of the conducive environment. But I've also seen from my own personal experience, having worked maybe in Lagos State, in Osun State, and in Edo State, looking at schools, that is just one step. The next step, and the most critical, is that nexus between teaching and learning, the quality of the relationship between the teacher and the pupil and the student and the undergraduate. And I think that is one place I would like universities to look into, because I have a feeling, and forgive me if I'm wrong, I left university many years ago, and I will not tell you when. There's no need, you don't need to know. Just know I went to some university and I left many, many years ago. But we appear to believe that once you have a PhD, you can teach. No. Teaching is a skill. And like all skills, it can be taught, it can be learned, and it can be mastered. And I find that in many higher institutions, tertiary institutions, we just tell people, oh, you finished your PhD, oh, you are finishing your master's, you are an assistant lecturer, go to class and teach. I want to ask you, and I hope I'm not asking too much. You will notice I don't delve into things that I don't know much about. I try not to. But I know that you cannot teach if you have not been trained on certain things. You cannot be a very good teacher. You are a didact. Like somebody who, like, you know, you can have a hobby. I was brought up by a father who was a history, what can I call it? A history buff, an amateur historian. So I'm an amateur historian. I know a lot about many things, but I don't know them deeply enough for me to go to a history association gathering and start talking about the history of the Second World War and why did Hitler do what he did, and try and relate it with what is happening in Ukraine today. No, I can't. I don't have enough facts. I don't have enough depth of learning. So I want to please ask us all to think about brushing up the teaching skills of our faculty, because I believe that is a major reason why some of the undergraduates are so weak when they come out. Of course, their primary school experience is poor, their secondary school experience is poor as well. You can hardly be expected to change them radically in 4 years. But on the other hand, you can. You can, because I too have worked in institutions where we took students who were very, very raw indeed. In fact, I worked in a situation where the students had never been to a toilet before. And they felt that using a toilet was a frightening proposition because they felt caged in by the walls and they just used to go outside. So we had to take them through a whole process of learning, understanding, and of course getting used to it, because it didn't mean they were bad people, it just meant they were not exposed to this. So I want to urge you, while you are thinking about quality, what makes an educational system a top educational system? Yes, according to McKinsey's study 2007, which incidentally I disagree with as being too simplistic, the first thing is to get the right people to be teachers. And university lecturers, if you don't mind, okay, I won't call you teachers. You get the right people to be lecturers. That means that they should have a minimum qualification. But qualification aside, the second factor says, now give them superb training that will turn them into superb teachers. Because like I said, you cannot understand pedagogy if you have not been taught pedagogy. You cannot understand how to engage learners, the motivation of learners, why learners learn. You cannot understand why you need to deploy a range of instructional strategies in the classroom. You cannot understand why you need to have a range of assessment strategies. You cannot understand why you need to integrate what we call 21st century skills of collaboration, teamwork, critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, innovation. You cannot, unless you have actually been trained for it. So I want you, while you are thinking about all sorts of things, about ASU, about happening in the classroom, because my belief as an educationist, and that is how I have always worked as an educationist, whether in private institutions, whether in a single school or whether in a group of schools, is the most important interaction. The reason why we are doing what we do is because it all hinges on the quality of what happens in the classroom between that teacher and his student. And if we put everything into that relationship, then we will do well. Sometimes it can be the building. Sometimes it cannot even be value-based teaching and talking. Sometimes it can be mentoring and coaching between the teacher and the undergraduate, as we said. But we have to work on that critical relationship between the undergraduate and the teacher. So I urge you, when you are thinking about so many things, and since we have many eggheads in the room, you know, I went for a conference once and we quarreled over some words. We were talking about education. Almost everybody was a doctor, something or the other. So education. There was a massive argument. No, we want to ensure. No, some people said we want to assure. Some people said, no, we want to catalyze, and you know. So someone like me, I had to talk. I said, thank you. You are all very clever. I agree. I think we want to do something good, right? With education. We want to make it better than it is now. Can we continue and get maybe consultants to help us couch the proper word? Because I remember a gentleman running outside to go and get a dictionary about the meaning of assure, ensure, provide, promote, and so on. The difference is the nuances. I said, very interesting discussion on the nuances between these four words. But what do we want to do? So I want to urge you to leave the nuances today. And please let us think deeply about what will make us graduate good quality people. Students who understand, who have their subject knowledge in hand, of course, but students who are citizens of this country, who understand this country, believe in this country. Students who, you know, undergraduates who, I know they've been disappointed. They've been disappointed severely by maybe my generation and co. Yes, absolutely. But still, we have to help them see the positives in everything that they are doing. It's all part of what we need to do in school. I don't mean to go on and on, but I feel very strongly in my mind that one of the major causes is because we are graduating people who are already hopeless in their thinking and who are unhappy about everything around them and who are therefore not able to contribute. So I'm sorry if I sound a bit controversial, but I hope that you will think about it. That is not just the buildings, not just ASU, not just all the things we normally like talking about, funding and so on. Sometimes these things are not just funding alone. Funding is important, but it's been shown in many ways that Nigeria has actually spent more on education than so many countries, some added together in sub-Saharan Africa, with very little to show. Because at the end of the day, what is our vision for it? What is our focus? Why are we educating these young people? What do we want them to go out into the world to become? What contribution do we want them to make? How are we deliberately influencing that? And so I please ask you to think about it. Thank you for having me. Happy deliberations.
Thank you very much, madam. Please, another round of applause for the Honorable Lagos State Commissioner for Education, Honorable Mrs. Folasade Adefisayo, for that wonderful and passionate delivery. Good. I didn't want to touch it, you know. So, thank you, madam. Let me quickly recognize the presence of Miss Adenike Ade Funke Treasure. Now the name rang a much better, clearer bell when I went to meet madam. I know her very, very well. The Executive Director, Yellow Bloom Consulting, the convener, Sanitary Pad Media Campaign, and the Director of Communication, University for Women Africa. Madam, you're very, very welcome. And also, I want to recognize the presence in our midst of Mr. Oluwakoye Joe Oluwatosi, the Chief Executive Officer of Chronicle Software. They will be playing a major role for the next 2 days. That's Mr. Koye Joe at the back there. You're welcome to the program today. Now, I want to make progress to the next goodwill message that will be delivered by Mrs. Modupe Onobanjo, the Chairman, Education Sectorial Group, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. Madam, you're welcome. Please, a round of applause as madam comes up here.
Thank you. The Honorable Commissioner for Education, good morning. I feel happier to have you around under this roof this morning. The Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University, you're mostly welcome, madam. I happen to be a colleague to Mr. Tunji Bello at the Devont Concord Prize of Nigeria. We were there together. The President, the Vice President, Council members, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, good morning, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Without wasting much of your time, I go straight to my keynote address. And the topic says, transforming education, enhancing access to qualitative tertiary education. As the well-educated citizen is the foundation of social equity, cohesion, and successful participation in the global knowledge economy. As a result of most countries that have set goals to increase the share of the population with their education and broaden access to higher education for individuals that are underrepresented because of socioeconomic status like race, ethnicity, religion, age, gender, disability, or location. As a general rule, countries with low rates of participation in higher education seek to expand access to increasing the number of opportunities available to those countries that have already achieved a significant level of participation in higher education. They tend to focus on broadening access so as to include more individuals from underrepresented groups. There are many reasons why some countries may focus on one aspect rather than the other, or why more countries may feel they need to do both challenges simultaneously. Over time, however, paying attention to both is becoming important to all. The factors. To improve access to higher education, admission criteria must move away from the primary focus of each learner's achievements and entry qualification towards recognition of his or her potential, without the latter becoming the sole criteria for admission. Targeted strategies and policies designed specifically to elicit the student's full potential are required so as to increase access and success in higher education by individuals who are traditionally underrepresented because of their social background, economic status, gender, ethnic or origin, disabilities, or low quality of private schooling or other forms of reasons. National and international policies and programs should be developed according to ongoing dialogue among all stakeholders group and should acknowledge and address the broad area of academic, financial and personal barriers facing potential learners. Higher education that responds to the challenges of equitable access and successful participation requires sound policies and adequate public funding for institutions and students. To promote access and student success, different institutions models, flexible programs of study, as well as variety of delivery modes must be available to allow individuals at all stages of life to move from one higher education in a manner that suits their needs. International mobility, exchanges and cross-border education activities must integrate a twin goals of increased success and equitable participation. Now, recommendations for tertiary institution. Integrate the goals of equity, access, and successful participation to all learners into the institutional mission and develop specific objectives and strategies for achieving them. Work in partnership with government, representative of other educational sectors, professional associations, and employers in order to address issues of access and successful participation in an holistic manner, taking into consideration the outcomes of secondary level schooling, labor market trends, and national development needs. Call for and participate in a stakeholders dialogue with governments and competent bodies to develop policies and secure adequate financial support for the pursuit of access and successful agenda. Develop or strengthen admission policies and practices that emphasize the potential of each applicant and address the equity of access and successful participation by offering a variety of flexible learning pathways for entering and exit. Provide students with a comprehensive academic, financial, and social support system, paying particular attention to the specific needs of learners from underrepresented groups and those who have experienced difficulties. Reward quality teaching, curricular innovations, and responsiveness to learner. Diversify in the academic career, structure of faculty members. Provide faculty with pedagogical training based on culture of student-centered learning and with a focus on learning outcomes. Facilitate access to learning, respond to diverse learning needs, and increase outreach by the appropriate and effective use of a variety of delivery modes. Mainstream the assessment of prior and experimental learning through work schemes, accreditation of work placement, as well as blended distance and learning into the admission and credit accumulation process. Interact with the media and the general public to develop an understanding of and build support for the need and value of institutional differentiations. Recommendations for the government. In consultation with all stakeholders, articulate and integrate educational, social, and economic agenda to promote equitable access, broaden participation, and success in higher education. Demonstrate a commitment to equitable access and success by providing adequate funding using models that are sensitive to and appropriate for local conditions and support higher education institutions and students with financial needs. Promote the value of and encourage mission differentiation among higher education institutions with a transparent qualifications framework that is responsible to social needs and labor market realities. Create a policy environment that is conducive to increase public and private sector funding in support of equitable access of potential and enrolled learners with financial needs. initiate targeted policies and programs to eliminate academic and other non-financial barriers to access successful participants into higher education. Consider the education system in an holistic manner. Develop coherent policies and strategies that will build effective links with prior levels of education and allow flexible and seamless pathways for entry and so an exit from higher education for all learners. Recognize and reward higher education institutions that successfully serve individuals from underrepresented groups. Invest in the necessary and appropriate infrastructure to support the effective use of information communication technologies in education, thereby improving opportunities for all learners, especially adult and expanding outreach activities in higher education institutions. Given the growing importance of internationalization of higher education, provide funding to ensure that opportunities for international mobility are made accessible to all. And finally, report on the achievement of access and retention goals, and make widely available, accurate, timely, or user-friendly information that may serve to facilitate access, including information on financial students. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but there's this popular slogan that is used by the Westerners where they say talk is cheap. Madame's talk wasn't cheap. So please, a round of applause again for Madame. Interestingly, yesterday I was on the location at a shoot at one of the leading insurance companies in Nigeria, and someone threw this question that many a times Nigerians were always used to complaining with no solution. But Madame laid out some of the regular complaints and also gave practical pointers in form of solutions. So what she presented for us here is actually something that any government or any corporate institution can take as a blueprint towards solving some of the teething problems in the education sector. So Madam, thank you very much for that wonderful delivery by Mrs. Modupe Onobanjo, the Chairman, Education Sectoral Group of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Which goes to say, the Chamber is always at the forefront, promoting business, promoting everything within the sectors of Nigeria. And this is just another example that education is another sector that is passionate to the heart of the Chambers. Thank you very much, Madam. Now let's make progress to yet another wonderful goodwill message that we shall be hearing from no other person than Professor Mrs. Ibiemi Olatunji Bello, the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. Madam, please, you are welcome.
I want to greet the President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ashwaju, Dr. Michael Olawale Cole. I think he has stepped out. The Honorable Commissioner for Education in Lagos State, my auntie, Honorable Folashade Adefisayo. Ma'am, I would like to respond to some of those things you said earlier. you know, in our institutions, well, I was in UNILAG and for about 22 years before leaving LASU, and I'm in LASU now for the past 14 years. I want you to know that every new lecturer that comes in undergoes goes to a workshop of effective teaching methods and educational methods. You know, so it's not all tertiary institutions that have this kind of the lecturers you talked about, but here in LASU that I am, all new lecturers now undergo that teaching methods. And even myself, I have a postgraduate diploma in education, so I'm a professional teacher. And I'm also a licensee. I have the license. So we know that it's important to be able to deliver the lecture effectively, and also make sure that your learners get something out of it. So, other distinguished guests, stakeholders here present, and the Vice Chancellor of Anchor University, Professor Sam Oyebandele. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very honored and delighted to be a part of this historic maiden edition of Lagos Education Fair, organized by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, with the theme, Transforming Education, Enhancing Access to Qualitative Tertiary Education. I congratulate and applaud the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for this noteworthy initiative that will assist our nation and the West African states to critically x-ray the challenges of access to qualitative tertiary education and proffer sustainable solutions that will propel access to same as well as transform education concepts in our country and the West African region. As a university, part of our objectives are to provide innovative programs of high standard in disciplines which are relevant to Lagos State in particular and national development in general, and provide citizens with access to higher education regardless of social status or their income. It is our desire to continue to be part of the program like this, which will assist educational institutions in achieving their mandates. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce is the second oldest chamber of commerce on the African continent and the oldest in Nigeria, with over 133 years in existence. The chamber is reputed for promoting trade and protecting stakeholders in the economic growth of Lagos. As the host of the Lagos International Trade Fair, I am convinced that there is a great future for this education fair. Access to tertiary education has become more crucial in the 21st century than any other point in time. Several roles in the real world are now directly linked to qualifications attained through tertiary education. Many people are using digital skills and digital technologies to fast-track the learning process. Technology has become a necessity for the future of qualitative tertiary education. I'm going to make more emphasis on technology, digital technology. The COVID-19 pandemic has given us newer perspectives, and we know now that digital technologies can be the primary tools for resilience in tertiary education, and that all tertiary educational institutions will need to embrace and adapt to an online or a hybrid delivery of education. Greater investments in digital technology will help increase access to tertiary educational institutions and also build on digital skills. This can support high quality, adaptive teaching for students, new opportunities in digital research tools and methods, and digital competencies in education. Without investment in digitalization and digital skills, individuals and school systems will fall further behind, as the COVID-19 pandemic exposed. The struggle to make tertiary education readily available to students virtually was a problem during the COVID-19 pandemic and lockdown. We had a lot of students not having access to education for months. And the only way out was the digital technology, where we had hybrid lectures, where we had blended learning. But then, how many people could afford this? How many people could access this kind of virtual education? About 80% of tertiary education students do not have access to reliable internet. And we are currently working to make access sustainable for the sake of the larger population seeking access to qualitative tertiary education in Lagos State. Our people and our government, that's in general, must be very purposeful in supporting its tertiary education systems, including the universities, the polytechnics, colleges, and other institutions to build the human capital vital to the 21st century knowledge and economy. Nigeria has got a robust population, a large percent of which resides in Lagos. So we cannot have a rich human capital if we do not empower the majority of our human resources with knowledge that works for today's world. Tertiary institutions are hubs for advanced education and skill development, regardless of the income status and resources. Qualitative tertiary education will produce the skilled workers and leaders needed to create stable foundations for sound governance and economic growth. I'm therefore in no doubt that this exhibition, this fair, will create the enabling platform through which regulatory agencies and educational stakeholders will interact and share experiences on the revitalization of Nigeria's educational system, thereby creating an excellent opportunity for visibility, networking, and nation building. I'm also very hopeful that education stakeholders here this morning will, through this rare opportunity, turn around our future in tertiary education sector. This education fair will help ask many important questions and hopefully find the right answers. I wish the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry and all participants at this maiden education trade fair a memorable and fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Thank you for that wonderful delivery, Professor Mrs. Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, the Vice Chancellor, Lagos State University. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I want to quickly break a bit of protocol and go straight to a quick photo op for some of our dignitaries gathered here. We know all of you have very, very tight, busy schedules. So I've just been informed that let's quickly do some quick photo op so that for those who might want to leave immediately after their goodwill messages or presentations, they can do so. So right about now, I would want to invite all our dignitaries present to please come up to the front row here, and also members of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to be spearheaded by I want to invite Well, the Honorable Commissioner just stepped out. She told me personally that she's totally pressed to be somewhere else right about now. So we have to just let that fly for now. And I'll go straight to Mrs. Modupe Onobanjo, who spoke with us earlier on, to come up on stage, and also followed by Professor Mrs. Ibiemi, who just left the podium now. Madam, please come up on stage. And to accompany her too will be it's Professor Sam Oye Bamidele in our midst. Sir, please come on stage. Yes, please. Mr. Gabriel Dahosa, sir, please. The DG of LCCI, please. Engineer Leye Kupoli, please. Mr. Taiwo Seriki, please join us. I also have on this list here Prince Ferdinand. Please, Ferdinand, please, sir, join us. Member Trade Promotion Board of the LCCI. I also have Prince Adebowale, Chairman Specialized Committee of the LCCI. Then also, Ms. Adetola, please join us here. Join us. Mr. Koyejo, please come up and join us here too. I think I also want to Miss Treasure, Miss Fuka Treasure, please join us. Join us, please. Come up on stage here. Join us. Okay. I hope I'm not missing any other important name here. Okay, I think we can do this. My organizers, I hope I'm not missing any other important name here. You guys should be my eyes. Okay. Professor Shaw, please. Wow, how, you see? Sorry, madam. Madam, please come this way. Come this way. Come this way so that it blends well. Come this way. Good. Okay. Paparazzis, do your things. Wonderful. Good. Are we done? My colleagues, members of the press, are we good? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. That was a very important session we needed to do. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we want to make progress to the last goodwill message we have at this point in time before we go to the first keynote speaker. And this goodwill message will be handled by Mr. Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin, the CEO of Chronicles Software. Please, a round of applause as Mr. Koyejo comes on stage.
Thank you very much. All protocols duly observed. The Honorable Commissioner for Education, Lagos State, Mrs. Folashade Adefisayo, President, Lagos State Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Asiwaju Dr. Michael Olawale Cole. The keynote speaker for today, the Vice Chancellor, Anchor University Lagos, Professor Sam Oye Bamidele, who is my pastor, my spiritual father, and he's been with me for close to 20 years now. That I've known him and I've benefited from his rich leadership. And I don't know any other professor in Nigeria that has been vice chancellor for 4 times. This is the only professor in Nigeria that has been vice chancellor for 4 times. Professor S.O. Bamidele. Please put your hands together for him once again. And just about now, he'll be taking the keynote address. And then also we have, she just stepped out, the Vice Chancellor of Lagos State University, Professor Mrs. Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello. So I'll just share a few thoughts about some of the things I just want to talk about briefly. As regards to this topic, my first thought is that we need to go back to first principles. Why was university established in the first place? 400 years ago, when the Industrial Revolution started, it was deemed fit that they needed to provide capacities for industry. It was necessary for you to skill the labor force to be able to provide the necessary tools and know-how to be able to galvanize the industrial age. And slowly but surely, these universities began to spring up. From Oxford University to Cambridge University, Harvard in the West, and like that. Now we come, and now, back then that was Industry 1.0. That's the industrial age. Then we moved on to the jet age, which some people call maybe Industry 2.0. Then the last age that just went before us, the information age, Industry 3.0. Then we now come to the digital age, Industry 4.0. But it will surprise you that the same fundamental kind of education we're running in Industry 1.0 is what we still use today in Industry 4.0. Something has to change. And that's why I say we need to go back to first principles. Why? Because the principles and the ideologies that were behind the formation of university at that time, those particular ideals have begun to tilt slightly. These institutions were designed to empower the society. But right now, we should design universities to empower the individual. And that's why we should start looking at what comes out from the individual first before the society. Because when the individual is empowered, the society will certainly move forward. Thank you very much. I believed strongly then that if you change education, you will change a nation. And I really pursued it with all my mind. But I suddenly began to rethink my ideology. I built a company right from the days of my university days. I started this company, Chronicle Software, final year university. And I'll tell that story later on. But where am I going to? We decided to put in everything we had to build an education technology company with a paradigm that this will help galvanize our country from third world to first world. But I suddenly realized a couple of weeks ago, dear listeners, that education alone cannot take us from third world to first world. We need to accompany it with very strong institutions. If you build the brightest and the finest minds, they will steal the largest chunk of money and you will not see the money. You will not even know where it went to. You know it entered the bank and you don't even know how it left. Because they have all the digital weaponry, and they have all the imaginations, and they have all the intellectual know-how to take corruption to the next level. But if you build the individual with fantastic knowledge, and you have very strong institutions with checks and balances, we'll begin to move forward. So we'll come to the issue of access. I want to say here, friends, university, we should begin to look at university beyond walls. If we keep our highest level of educating the mass public to the four corners of, one particular geographical location, it will not move us to where we need to be. Let me paint a vivid picture, and that will shock you. If you Google today the total population in the Nigerian university architecture, superstructure, you find out that there are only 2.1 million students in the entire university landscape. That is 1% of the population of this country. According to the Federal Ministry of Health data, Nigeria currently sits at 211 million people. And just 2.1% of that, 2.1 million % of those people are in universities. Now, you would ask me, okay, that's fine. But do you know that the largest university in this country, it's not UNILAG. UNILAG is 45,000 people. The largest university in Nigeria is the National Open University. They have over 150,000 people. So why do we want to only allow government to run that architecture? We should be able to digitize, democratize that space to enable the private people handshake with very, very high list educators and propel and galvanize a curriculum that will move this nation to the promised land. And that's exactly what we need to start doing. Just imagine there are other kind of open universities, or what I call digital universities. That's exactly the next wave. And you have about 300,000 people, and they are doing things that are sane. You will find that people are learning skills and they're getting knowledge and they are moving from one level to the next. And that's what we need to start doing. I know that the government people have left, the Honorable Commissioner. They have started doing something in that light. Lagos State last year, representing the, okay. I know you more in the corporate world. I know you are there, yes, for now. So representing the Lagos State government, Lagos State has actually started something in that light. On the 10th of August last year, they rolled out the largest digital classroom in Africa. And that is the EcoSuccessCloud.com. And coincidentally, we were in partnership with the Lagos State government to make that happen. And yeah, thank you very much. So, and that was visionary from His Excellency, visionary from the Honorable Commissioner. And what that school is doing right now, we have 700,000 Lagos State students that can learn across board with 25,000 teachers and all their learning resources preloaded on the cloud. The next thing to happen on that site, on that, you can check it out, EcoSuccessCloud.com. The next thing, thank you very much, ma'am. The next thing that we are proposing is to enable every student access that platform without having to spend data. And we're working towards that. Thank you very much. So just imagine we now have, we galvanize the private sector. We have very, very visionary edtech professionals trying to see how this space can be better, improvised. Just imagine the wealth of knowledge that would come to this country. I want to close how we started. Like I said, I started my company from the university and I'm proud of it. Some people in the West, in America and co, they started their companies from their father's garage. I didn't have a garage of my father's to start. So in the University of Ado-Ekiti, I brought 7 of my friends, 6 of them plus myself. And I told them, let's go start a company. And we didn't have anything. All we had was one laptop and a project I was developing in 200 level, which I called the Universal Test Engine. That was 8 years before JAMB went CBT, computer-based tests. But before then, I went to meet my spiritual father, who is here, who is going to lead the keynote speech. I said, sir, I want to start a company. I reeled out the plans to him. And he said, yes, sir, this is it. And he gave me the moral support, although he told me what will work and what will not work. And we tried to challenge those assumptions that he made. And today, I know that he's proud of what we have become. But thank you very much. Having said that, do you know that all I needed to get in the university, I got it in my diploma program? If JAMB was the only remedy to university, I would not go to university. I wrote JAMB 4 times and I didn't get 200. My first JAMB was 146, my second JAMB was 189, second one was 189, third JAMB was 156, and I was already in university when I wrote the 4th JAMB. But while I was scoring 156 in my class in university, I was beating everybody. My first course that I had 95 over 100. In fact, in my diploma program, I had 21 A's and 6 B's. But before then, I had a lot of F9s before I got into university. So what are we saying? I won't say there's a lot of disconnect, but we can better improve that system. And to better improve that system, we cannot solely monopolize one particular angel that gives people access into the university. We have to deliver that angel. So we started, like I said, in 200 level, I started a pet project that I called Universal Test Engine. I just kept building and improving on that product. And that product became my final year project 2 years later in 2007. And when I submitted the project to my supervisor, he told me, sorry, you cannot build a Universal Test Engine. And I've already built it since 2 years ago. Just to tell you how the knowledge can be really, really far away from the reality and to the classroom. So, but he now told me, he said, you need to design the engine to a particular test block. And that, for me, was a eureka moment. So I went back and said, Universal Test Engine for taking JAMB examinations. That was 8 years before JAMB went CBT. And we started. So that was the product in which we started Chronicle Software Development Company. And afterwards, we finished university, we were excited to go and build a company. But do you know, we started hawking the software from one school to another. The software was way ahead of its time. But one visionary school owner, when I saw her, she didn't even allow me to sit down. He said, young man, I like this software. But before I buy this software from you, since you said it's a Universal Test Engine, go get all the past questions for WAEC and put it inside and we'll buy. And you know what she did? She paid us 380,000 naira for a CD and a pack that we bought 50 naira and a CD on it, and we trained the teachers, all the teachers in the Federal Government College Buhari. But unfortunately, 6 months after then, she passed on in a Sosoliso crash. It was quite touching. Now, having said that, it just tells you, so we just started going on. Then we told ourselves that if we keep pushing the Universal Test Engine, schools will not buy, because schools didn't know about CBT. So we came up with the idea, why not we tailor this product to the students writing the exams? So we brought out what we call Success Box. Now, Success Box, Lagos State during the pandemic used Success Box for all the students writing WAEC exams in 2020. Put your hands together for Lagos State Government. And do you know what I told the Honorary Commissioner when I met her? I said, Ma, give your students Success Box and you'll be shocked that your year-on-year performance was going to increase. And this was pandemic period where schools was on lockdown mode. They were not in school for close to 3 months. They were going to resume to write WAEC after 2 weeks. But when the result came out, there was significant increase year on year in WAEC performance. That was almost like a miracle, but not a miracle, because that was our story. That was how we transited from F9 in WAEC, and we moved on to A-star in the university. Finally, as I close, I want to say, friends, I think that the last thing we should do is to blame the government of this country. No government is perfect. We're all thinking that one Messiah is going to rise up in 2023. I beg to differ. I'm very optimistic about this country. This country is going to become great. But I think that our expectations on the government should cut down a bit. And let's understand that the government is me and the government is you. And let's start creating that particular ecosystem within our circles of influence to move our community, our society, our local government forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oluwakoyejo Oluwatosin, a very dynamic and passionate person when you ask me. It's someone I've gotten to interact with a number of occasions, and you can always feel his energy and his vigor whenever he's addressing anybody, especially considering what they are doing at Chronicles. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we want to make progress. But before I do, while Mr. Koyejo was speaking, another very important individual walked in our midst. So I want to quickly recognize her, and that's no other person than Mrs. Tola Guguade, former member of the Trade Promotion Board, and presently, I think, the Assistant Treasurer of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI. Madam, where are you? We hugged earlier. That's Madam at the far end there. Thank you. Welcome. Okay. We now want to move over to the keynote address for day one of our event, Lagos Education Fair 2022. And as you've heard from a number of speakers that have come up stage here, especially the last one that just left, he's no other person than Professor Sam Oye Bamidele, the Vice Chancellor, Anchor University, Ayobo, Lagos, as he comes up here to give us his keynote address. Please, so ladies and gentlemen, make welcome as Prof comes on stage. Welcome, sir.
I want to stand before this honorable assembly by first of all recognizing the eminent personality on the first seat. It's not a high table, but it's also high by the personalities. I'm new, so I'm not able to correctly follow the protocols. So permit me to say all protocols duly observed. I'm going to use a PowerPoint presentation for this, my keynote address. But permit me to, first of all, say this one, that Lagos State is unique. Before now, I'm from Ekiti State. We have always feared to say I want to work in Lagos State because of the traffic issue. But I want to say that most of my friends and relatives working in Lagos, there's nothing they can use to beg them that they come back to say they want to come and work in Ekiti State or other places. I'm therefore very glad that I'm now in Lagos to work here. Please, can you help me start? Sorry, slide. Yes. I want to permit me, I bend it a little bit, so that I can follow myself. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's okay. It's okay. I'm to talk on enhancing access to qualitative tertiary education. My name has been mentioned severally. Professor Samuel Oye Bamidele, and the current Vice Chancellor of Anchor University, Ayobo, Lagos. Next slide. Okay. Please permit me to have one or two slides on this, my university. I want to confess publicly that when I sat down with my colleague Vice Chancellor of LASU, I envied her so much because everybody was just embracing her and they let me alone. I said this simply because they don't know me. They don't know me. So I stand here today. I'm also a Lagosian now. Praise the Lord. You can see here, yes, I'm a pastor. You can see here now, when I sat down here, I quickly made this one here. I didn't prepare it before I came. But when I knew that, they must know me here today and know my university. So Anchor University, I said no Anchor University Lagos. That's where I want to start. It is called AUL, Anchor University Lagos. And this university is located in Ayobo in Lagos and just very close to Ipaja. For those who know Yanakpaja, that's where that university is located. And this university is a private university. It's a faith-based university established by the Deeper Life Bible Church And that's anchored by our Chancellor, who is the international and global evangelist of our time. That's Pastor W. Kumuyi, is the founder and chancellor of that university. That's healthy. It is a healthy university. Already graduated our first set some year, 1 or 2 years ago. I want to say here today that university is poised to be a Harvard University prototype because it's a private university. I wanted my colleague to be here. I wanted her to envy me too now because I think you should be told. And the last part, why do I mean? I said to project the name of Lagos globally. Because today there's no way you can mention Harvard, that's a private university, that won't mention the location. And therefore, Anchor University, as a private university, is poised to project the good name of this great city, Lagos. And therefore, if we look at, okay, this is the entrance to the university. I want to say that I want to invite us and some of our friends to visit Anchor University. If you enter Anchor University, it will be as if you are entering King's University in London or Nottingham in UK, in Nottingham University, and some other universities. And it is located here in Lagos. So I'm therefore privileged to now introduce Anchor University to you, particularly because I know I was not known. So anywhere I go in Lagos now, because I want to force myself to be known quickly, and I want to force my university also to be known quickly, that is the university. And if you bring your children there, you'll never regret it. They will have real intellectual capacity, and then they'll be spiritually brought up in terms of discipline. Let me quickly go to I've taken about 3 minutes out of my time, and I will make for it. Now, like I said, I want to talk on enhancing access to quality education. We are going to ask some questions. Fortunately for me, I sat down there, and I've had people talking about enhanced education, quality education, which means starting with these questions for me was very, very important. What therefore is quality education that we are saying that we need to enhance access into? We should know where I want to go to, because I'm talking how to get there. So you discover that qualitative education itself is, if there is a dark alley and a country, an environment brings in quality education that translates into changing the life of individual, they are the individual that will bring light to that community. And therefore, quality education in the reasons of it is to bring light to any community. And that's why as a country, and by the grace of God, we're having this program in this state. As a state, we must work and support the idea of making, okay, so help me set it, please. So the question I want to ask regarding this, there are many various questions. Look at the wonderful presentation of my dear Oluwatosin Oluwakoyejo. He spoke so much about me. Look at it. I don't want any teacher to become proud here. If you're a teacher like me, I'm a lecturer by the grace of God, because all these young people under us that you think is this, they become far, far greater than you in the future. And so I'm very proud of Oluwakoyejo. The question of what qualitative education is demands further analysis. No single person can come out and say, I want to define it along this direction. It depends on the angle at which you are looking at it. Look at Oluwakoyejo was looking at it from the digital perspective, from virtual learning perspective. My colleague, Vice Chancellor, was looking at it also from a different perspective, so also the Commissioner. And therefore, as a lecturer and Vice Chancellor, I'm going to look at it strictly from educational perspective. And that is what we told us. So we want to see what is qualitative education. What is quality education? Are they the same? Is it qualitative pedagogy that is teaching learning? Is it qualitative system? Is it the system of education that we are saying must be qualitative? Or is it qualitative delivery? We can see add many. Just talking about qualitative education, without making some little synthesis and analysis, we make it a little bit, just talking like we are telling stories. But this thing is very, very important for us to really pin down what is quality education so that we can look at it. I attempt some conceptualized definition. I'll be fast because not to bore with a lot of things I've put there, I can just speak to them. But here, we can look at the conceptualization of quality education from the input, process, and output perspectives. That is, for whatever education, what is the input? Some of them we'll be talking about. We want to talk about the lecturer. We want to talk about the environment, the infrastructures, things that are put in place to bring about that quality education. But it doesn't end it there. You also look at the process. That's why we talk about all these examinations, quality assurance, and things that we're going to mention today. And then we'll now talk about the output. Quality education must bring out quality output. And that is very, very essential. So, and we look at it in terms of adequacy of such a program, credibility of it, and that's what had people have been saying. Even the registrar of JAMB has been crying concerning the credibility of most of our exams. Before we can get quality education, we're interested in the credibility of the process, the credibility of the input, and the credibility of the output. Then we can see the distinctiveness. It must distinguish itself from other types of education, the excellence, suitability, and the worth. So all these things are captured by all those quotations. I'm not going to bother us by it at all. So the question therefore is, do we have quality education in Nigeria? We should not just jump at answering the question. Do we have it? UNICEF explains some things concerning quality education, and that's what I highlighted below. All those who are just talking about that. He talks about quality learners. That's from UNIFEST. He talked about quality learning. How do we pin down quality education? This from UNIFEST. We must be able to say the learners, are they of quality? The access to that place, does it go through the pipe of quality, or through miracle centers, or through those that parents help to do the exam, or things like that? Is it quality learning? What way they get to that institution? Call it any name. Are they having quality learning there? And then quality environment, quality process, quality outcome, and quality progress. So all those things are very essential. Let me go back to quality education. Quality education has been defined in several ways. But as I think I heard it said today, if such education does not impact upon the society, it's a useless education. Thank God for Oluwatosin, Oluwakoyejo. And I'm proud to say here today, I was also one of the lecturers there, not directly. We can see him impacting upon the society. That's education. That's quality education. I can say I have a PhD. I can say I'm a professor. But if all those, cumulative knowledge just ends on the shelf, that's useless education. And therefore, we are talking of education in terms of the which a person can become contributor to the society. They will say, oh, he has passed through quality education. You can also see quality education from outcomes perspective. I've said that one. And I just explained that a quality education is the one that focuses the whole child. That is the social, emotional, mental, physical, cognitive development. I want to say just in a holistic manner. Any education that, fails to do that cannot be called quality education. A lot of authorities were cited there to support this, what looks like an assertion. Such a thing will affect learning resources, the technology deployment as said by my colleague VC, and all those things like that. The qualification of teachers, curricular activities, with the performance of students, which is the outcome, which is the output. That also is very, very important. Let me go back to another definition. I will just mention this transforming education. That's nowhere, I'm not going to mention it. Because quality education will lead to transforming education. If the education is of quality, it will transform the recipient. And therefore, I attempt to also make some definitions of transform education. But there are question mark on it again. There's a question mark on it. When we talk of transformative education, what does it mean? It is transformation education? Is it transformative education? Or is it transformational education? They look similar, but there are literally two differences between them. And so, is quality education transformational? I want to start with that, because I'm looking at transformative education as a product of quality education. But there are other contiguous construct, transformation, transformative, transformational. Are they synonymous? Are they all pointing to transforming education? Let's look at this first. The question here in this keynote address presupposes a predictive conflict in the meaning of some construct. I've mentioned that already. So hence the question that I'm trying to raise. I move to the next slide. Transformation education, which I want to mention first, should be seen as that which is the process of change in education, either as a system or as a delivery. When we talk of transformation education, we are saying that that system is transforming. For example, in Nigeria, when I was young, we were doing maybe 5-year secondary school education. Before you know it, it transformed and became 6 years, and so on and so forth. There was a time that the education in this country was from standard 1, standard 2, standard 3, or whatever. It transformed. So those are transformation education. That does not really mean that it has transformed the quality, but it has transformed the education. Just to make a difference. So this one means, according to Philo Etar, education research acknowledges the value of transformation, which gives the opportunity for researching and thinking how appropriate, how useful educational practices may be by changing the form of education from time to time. What are transformative? I said transformation, education, the system changes. Does it transform? Does it become transformative? Transformative is, in its own case, expresses the pedagogical power, the teaching, learning power. That is, whether the system has changed or not, are the recipients, are the learner having transformative knowledge, things that are even changing them as individuals. So that's exactly what that one is talking about. This may not necessarily lead to a change in the mode of education, but education can be transformative without transformation of that particular system. Also, now that's transformative, this one is transformational. UNESCO talk about transformational education and look at it from the perspectives. It's like perspective transformation through the dimension of the psychological, the convictional, the behavioral, in all those areas. That is, it changes the perspective of people. It is transformational. It can move from the child from one stage to the other. And so, transformational education can be best captured as when you talk of transformational leaders. In leadership, there's what we call leadership styles. Maybe somebody is autocratic, somebody is laissez-faire, somebody is democratic. Those are styles, but there are also transformational styles. That leader can easily transform another person by his example or her example. So the same thing. When we talk about transformational education, we capture it from that perspective of education that can encourage, that can inspire, that can motivate. So even a child just listening to that particular teacher can be inspired and motivated, and that will start to transform. Let me say this one here. I ran away from geography in the secondary school because of the anti-transformational stance of the teacher. We were very young in a village. What am I saying village? In a city, in my city. This teacher will come and we teach us geography. Then he will first of all start by Osbo Lake. I'm from Lijemeji and we have a raw river there, a raw river. He said Osbo Lake, he said one river will meander, and then cut. And then it will become, I said this is a lie. The Ero River has never meander. Ero River remained there. So I started becoming confused. I was not inspired by all that he was saying. He will leave that place. The next thing is Cyril, because he just came from the university. He says Cyril. Cyril is a native of Yugoslavia. Cyril is a meaning that all I knew, I've never known Ibadan that time, is sort of Yugoslavia. And then he says Cyril. I've never heard Cyril. Because of that, I ran away from geography. But when I became older, I discovered that this teacher would have used ordinary beans, millet, rice, to teach us all those who was calling me Cyril. And then we use Yugoslavia. When Igbemo, Ire, they have rice, they grow rice. Instead of just saying Cyril, you can mention that one, it's just like rice or beans that are cultivated in Igbemo Ekiti. I will understand it. I ran away from geography. Up to today, I don't know geography. And that's why each time I come to Lagos, I always forget my route. Because I won't know anywhere. And my friend tell me it's because I don't know geography. And it's too late for me to go and learn geography. It's too late. So you see that one is transformational. Different from transformative. Different from transformation. Now, what is now transformation? Transforming education, which is the theme of this wonderful fair. In some cases, it's holistic. It's a futuristic type of education. Transforming education is not looking at now. It is looking at the future. Transformative can transform your life within the enclave of where you are. But transforming education is looking beyond. And therefore, it is education that is transforming, not assimilating. It is not that just assimilate what, no. It must be transforming. It must be translating you from not just accumulating. Many people do not just accumulating knowledge. It must also be transporting, not just achieving. It must I'm going to mention this, my son, this, my boy, because I'm just saying also, I'm proud of him. He has been transported from the level that people will call mediocrity. Whereas that he just came here, I was talking plainly. Most of those who have achieved, who are billionaires in the world, they are not people like me. They are people like people thought was a failure before. Maybe those who could not complete secondary school, like Bill Gates or whatever, and they became mighty because they have that intellect. But they have not gone into through a particular type of education that can transform them, that can transport them from where they are and put them where they should be. Most of our education system, they drag us. They don't transport us. In fact, I also read, I know many of us will have read this one also, a young boy who is now a professor at 9. A professor at 9, and it's not a professor of just of all this real physical nuclear thing, a professor. Yes, anybody can be transported. But in our own case, you must follow the something. The university prof, I said, our university, you must become a graduate assistant lecturer. From that one, you must get lecturer 2, lecturer 1. Even they miss the counting. Once you come before 2, but in the university, lecturer 2, lecturer 1, lecturer, and so before you, there are people who are just lecturer 1. And in terms of the transportation knowledge, they have it more than professors. They have it more than professors, but they will stay there and drag. So transforming education is education that does not drag. It transports, it translates, it transforms. So, and that's why I said I must mention that too. So I've spoken so much about that app is a rebranding, rebuilding. I think I mentioned that one. It's rebuilt, it's remold, it realigns individuals so that they can be what they should be. So transforming quality education now. I've talked about transforming education. What of transforming quality education? You learn and receive it. It is learning by doing, learning by discerning, and so on. I just put this one there. as hierarchy. I call this one the hierarchy of this transform until we get to transformation. Transforming. I deliberately cut it to that each of them has transform. But one is transformation, transform active, transform this. All those ones are pointed to transforming. Cumulatively, it is transform education that looks far beyond the present and to the future. I want to go to access. I'm also actually looking at how do we enhance access to this quality education that can transform the child, that can transform the system. So, question of access. What is access? Which access? Access is a word, as a word, can have different meanings too, depending on contextual interpretation. Access can be towards tangible or intangible thing. Access. Let's mention that one, and before I leave that slide, I'm not reading the slide, I'm speaking to the slide. It can be tangible or intangible. That's why someone say, please, can I have access through that place? That's through a door. That's physical access. You can have, that's tangible. You can have access. Sir, I can have access to you, sir. If you invite me home to come and take part after this, I have. I'm from Ekiti, so I mentioned Father. So that's tangible access. But there are also intangible access you cannot see. And that's what we are saying. You are not having access to quality education. It's intangible. You can't see, but you want to have access to it. So it could be tangible or intangible. Access to quality education, therefore, I want to mention that one, must ensure equity. It must ensure equity, equality, and equivalence. I use languages because they are different. Equity is talking about that there must be no partiality. Equality is saying that each member must have equal rights. You must be treated maybe due to gender or religion, that you cannot have access to quality education because of your gender or religion. No. Access must be without politicizing or polarity. It must not be. There's no politicizing there. Access we are giving must give equity to everybody. As a nation, give equality, and then not because of culture or riches or whatever. I think one of those speakers already mentioned today. So I want to say, therefore, in specific times, this keynote to address the aspect of access that I'm projecting, and I want us to see it. Which is there are some commonplace access. Just go to everything goes. Let me say. This is the access to education without reliable monitoring of the worth or required requisite standard. Just because of money, just because of access, they just get people into it. That one cannot lead to quality education. Some for financial reasons. There are many private secondary schools, private primary schools. We discover that there are some schools that are very strict as to those who can come in there. We talk about Harvard today. That's why I'm saying that this anchor want to make it like Harvard, because even our admission system, everything is so monitored to create standard. So you see here that maybe because of financial reasons, somebody was rejected here, you are just accepting, that's just commonplace access. And that cannot lead to any quality education. Another type of access is conditional access. This access to education is conditional on some requirements. We say 5 ordinary level passes in some subjects. That's conditional access. Even though there's access, but it is based on specific conditions. This looks good. It looks good for qualitative education. I think that's where we are substantially as a nation. We are there. So, but it has no problem, because access to education is not just met on paper. Those seeking access can come with fake and questionable certificates. So when we condition it that you must have 5 credits, 6 credits, I'm not against it, but just for the purpose of academics, and I'm saying that it is conditional on that one. That's why anybody go anywhere, parents, friends, guardians, children themselves, there's not proprietors, those who own schools, they have miracle centers, they cheat through any conceivable way, just because they know that this is my access to university, access to polytechnics is conditioned on this one. I saw one terrible thing, which may even make people to want to say, why are we talking of all this conditioner? A particular woman who do exam, lap the child, so that they will not know, and he wrote the answer on the back of the child. He wrote the answer on the back, so he would do as if he wants to take out the child. He will be reading the something just because of access to whatever that you want to. So that's condition something. I said something here because I'm still going to mention the jam of you. All these things you hear me in this my presentation. Controlled access. Controlled access is simply explained here as that quality control of access requirement. Therefore, I'm saying that it is not enough to just have conditional access. It must have to 6 credit. You must control. There must be, if you want to have access to quality education, then those who are entering to it must be of quality. The quality must not just be on facial value, like has been said and confirmed in research. Performance in JAMB scores does not significantly predict performance in the university. That's research. It doesn't predict it. We admitted a child when someone was saying maybe he was not 170. That time maybe he has influence. And I've said that quality something must not depend on influence. It must not be based on influence. But he used influence. Please, is the battery, what's happening? My slide went back. So, it's cost 170. Do you know, during convocation, this boy made a first class, while others who scored 300, they did not go anywhere. Those are part of research output. The point I'm making there, therefore, is that the point I'm making there is that even though the paper qualification is there as requirements, there must be control. And I'm still going to mention that very briefly. That's why I'm not reading it, I'm just speaking to it, so that whoever, the PowerPoint is there for those who will be interested looking at it more. So that's what I mean by this conditioner. Let's move forward. And I want to talk on qualitative tertiary education, since that's even a major something. We have talked about education today, and we've explained it that it has benchmark. NUC gives benchmark. Universities give benchmark. They give cut-off point. So when you do that one, it is you want to achieve a particular standard, a required standard. That's why we do that. And the attempt is to have quality tertiary education. When applied to tertiary education, we must look at deeper meaning to it. I want to give it a deeper meaning. It is the type of education that individuals have to become impactful member of the society. When somebody comes out of secondary school, is still seen as somebody who's still struggling, wanting to make something, but university education is to make one a responsible member of the society who can contribute positively. And that's where this issue of quality is very important at the tertiary level. The quality of education in the university, therefore, some have mentioned some of this one, I won't talk about that so much. The trainers, those who are training the students, either to become engineers, to become this, they must be of quality. The teachers themselves, even the teaching methods, the tutors, the thoughts, that is the inspiration, the imagination. I say the thought, that is the student that I be taught, the tutorials. When these are done in higher institutions, the technology you deploy and the techniques, they must be of quality before we are talking of quality access. Teacher remains indispensable. There is nothing we can do about it. Even though we are saying we are talking of technology, fine. Technology is fine, but there is somebody behind it, a trainer behind it. Somebody will write the software. Somebody will do the whatever you want to do to make it work. So the teacher is still there. And therefore, the only thing is that there must be a paradigm shift from traditional pedagogy to mode of teaching to the one that will be acceptable for a transforming education. That's what you can say. Not that the teacher can be completely taken out of the stage. Now, all these ones we have talked before, culture education provides the outcomes that we need for the society. I've talked about that. I've talked about this. I said, yes. We want to say that in the tertiary education, there are specific things that have to just be accomplished, that it must be problem solving, not problem identification. The university must be the place where problems must be solved. I thank God that this is a high level, let me see, fair, high level organization that should note, if we want to solve the problems of this nation, we must be connected to the universities. We must be connected to our institutions. They are not just there to give certificate, but to impact, to connect, so that the knowledge they have, they can use it in industry, they can use it to impact even, whatever type of company, society, institutions. So it is to solve problems, not to create problems alone. It is to give solution to puzzles in the society, political puzzles, whatever type of thing. Look at Oluwako Ijodo that time. He created this particular platform that solved a lot of problems, even in the society. Then to bring practical skills and then have perspective studies, to broaden the perspective of individuals. There is no graduate that should come out and still be narrow-minded. I've talked so much about qualitative education, and then I want to talk on, I call it QAMs. QAMs of quality tertiary education. What I mean by that is that some of the issues, some of the, I don't want to call it problem, maybe challenges, some of the things that cause some agitations. So I now said that there are palpable uneasiness about cultural education here referred to as qualitative education. These are inherent problems in the school, in our system, in the society, in terms of staffing, and in terms of students. So you see that many of our schools have no infrastructure. I think it was Commissioner that mentioned, or other VC, issue of funding. Funding. If not for TED fund, our higher institutions, probably, hear me out, will be like glorified secondary schools. Because the financing is not there, but TED fund, they are doing a lot in that regard. So the system itself, our system is still imperfect. And there is therefore need for engagement and feedback on what is happening in our institutions. The society, they now influence higher institutions so much, but unfortunately, most of the time, negatively. And then staffing is still inadequate in most of our schools. And then many a times, I thought emptiness, some laboratories are empty. During our accreditation program, I'm just going to talk about that before I round off. You see one university going to go and be borrowing things. That's not how it should be. They can even go to the absurd extent of going to take practical equipment from secondary school to come and so we are just deceiving ourselves. So staffing inadequate, most things they are empty. Then freedom of, and that's even destroying the system again. In some public school, freedom, they can do anything they like. Then the students themselves, they are immature. I'm going to give some recommendation of this. And I want to challenge parents, let our children mature before they enter university. Because it will have future consequence. Some of our young people now, they are entering university at the age of 13, 14. They now go to universities with Macintosh because they are still urinating at night. And you imagine that type of person, their mothers, it's university, their mother will follow them to the university and follow them to the hostel to nearly help them dress their bed, and they say they are university students. And when they get there now, university is a free environment, then they are free to, that's why they now learn many things which they didn't bring from home because they are still very immature. So the problem there is there is also academic immaturity, as I will mention later on. Immaturity, they have excesses, then they become freelance. because they think they are now in the university, they are now in the college, and things like that. So the school also have mentioned that. So I've talked to a lot. This is a school. This is a school that wants to give quality education. They are sitting on stones and on blocks. So I don't know where quality will come from this. And they will graduate now and want to be admitted to university. So the system, I've talked about the system. Our system refers to the education system in Nigeria. I'm particular about Nigeria. The system here, we have post-secondary school and things like that. We have ND, we have NC, higher diploma, all those load of programs, some of them flying there up to PhD. Fine, we have them. But there is still imperfection in the education system. The levels of education are becoming increasingly difficult to define. There are 3 commissions that attempt to perfect these imperfections. The National Commission of College of Education, National Commission of Polytechnics, those are on one side, National for Technical, and so the TED Fund, JAM. Those who monitor schools, I count them as one, either for technical or whatever. Then you see JAM and then TED Fund. You see therefore that the system is there, but the imperfection is still clear. The registrar of JAM himself attests to this one, that they are having a backlog of illegal admissions. That's what we have there, and so forth and so forth. The society, I've talked about that. I'm not going to waste our time there. They are influencing the institutions, so and so on. Graduates internship. I want to talk about the teacher. That's a fantastic teacher. Staffing, I've said it. These are the students. Can you compare the students with those that are sitting on the blocks and the dark that times? Now, there's what I call here qualitative and quantitative enhancing of access. Because I just mentioned it briefly and then it will be understandable. It's not just saying enhance access as if you now bring load of students to be coming in. Fine. We enhance access to medically, but I emphasize in this my presentation that we should also enhance the quality. Enhance the quality that we have access, not just the quantity that we have access. Yes, that's just qualitative enhancing. Let them have quality without prejudice of race, religion, or riches. It's not because you are, and then because of that you want to jump protocol. No, let there be equity. There must be quality of access to our education. I want to say something here as I will soon round off. I want to make a proposition that can look strange, but I will make it. I will not be afraid. We have something in our institution, universities, where a lecturer stands in front of the student, he has immunity. He has immunity to do some things. So I'm going to give some recommendations today. Because with all that we have had, diploma, this, diploma, that, our educational system is still not up to the level that it should be. I'm intending here, I'm seeing in the mirror, the reintroduction of the higher certificate of HSC in our institutions. I believe that one will create quality of access to institutions more than what is happening now. They are saying that Professor Ishaq Oloyede, so millions of students will apply through JAMB. They have schools that they have full level and things like that, and they will just fail like that. Now, cut-off point have been lowered up to say 100, going to 100 now for universities. That cannot help us. That we can think we are opening the door for access, but where is quality? The point I'm making now is that everybody cannot go to the university or higher institutions. In some other climes, some other societies, they don't just rely on the O level alone. They have the intermediate something that a child must pass before it should enter the university. I'm saying that if you really want to have quality access to higher education, that thing should be introduced into this our educational system. That I've said there. Quantity enhancing, I've said that, not just quality. And if you want to do that one, there must be system. I'm rushing. I know the MC is restless. You are restless. I know you. I'm restless. So system restructuring, school repositioning must happen. I'm saying we have to restructure our system. Don't let us be static. We have to reposition our schools. We have to retain our staff, and we have to orientate our students. There must be orientation for students. So I've talked about all those so that because I know. I want to make some quotable quotes before I round off and give some recommendations. This is a quotation that I think is important for us to see here. He said, transforming education is not easy, but the price of failure is more than we can afford. Why the benefits of success are more than we can imagine. So if we create some hard way of entering quality education, is not easy, but failure also is more dangerous. Another one, technology will not replace great teachers. I've said that the other time, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. So all that it can be is that don't let's do better digital, this will just be, it's not possible, it will not happen. But in the hands of them, it can become transformational. And then a quality education grants us the ability to fight the war on ignorance and poverty. That's the difference of society. Inclusive, good quality education is a foundation for dynamic and equitable society. So we can see the impact of society. So let me round up by I call it quick recast and recommendations. Quick recast and recommendations. The keynote address opened with salient questions on quality and quantitative education as a point to enhancing quality education. Qualitative education is seen as the bedrock of transforming education. I've said that, it's the bedrock of transforming education. There can be no sustainable qualitative education without foundational quality. That's what I'm saying, talk about HSC. And therefore, in concluding this address, some suggestions are made. One, for qualitative tertiary education, they abandon higher school program should be introduced into our education system. It must be modified to be qualitative pre-tertiary education to be the access. We call it but not call it HSC. I want to confess here, and Prof, most of us are here. Most universities are now doing all these ones. Most universities are not relying on O-level result alone. They are doing a diploma. They are doing pre-degree. We are doing, so just to show that why not the government taking the bullet at the horn and then do something to help this, our nation. Then the National Universities Commission should move from policy to policing. The Nigerian universities are not faithful enough in terms of policy implementation. They need to be policed. They need to show that it is not just giving policy, police them to make sure that it is done. That's what can give us quality. Number two, they must move from accreditation to actualization. We don't just say I'm doing accreditation. Accreditation program will become rituals, annual rituals, and not realities. If NUC continue to rely on fake and questionable submissions and information from institutions put in place, I pity this country. That's why there's no visible progress. We want to do accreditation. Some who don't have any lecturer, they will go and borrow. They will go and carry lecturers to their own university to come and sit down, and they deceive NUC. They are deceiving themselves. We are deceiving Nigeria. Well, so I'm saying that they must go beyond just accreditation to actualization, that these things are there. Not that alone. They must go beyond benchmark to bench warrant. They give benchmark. They say this is the benchmark for the curriculum. This is the benchmark for this. I'm recommending that NUC should go beyond benchmark. Bench warrant is what they use to arrest those who those who don't do things. So it's not just benchmark. When if you say you should have minimum of 6 lecturers, maybe that can be adjunct or whatever, make sure there are 6. When they say this is what must happen, this is what must be the condition of the laboratory, let them enforce this one, and it will help this nation and give us quality education. Decisions, there must be a change from decision to directive. 2 minutes more. to direct you. Let me say this one, everybody must say. Several decisions are done, but there must be directives to do it. Resource assessment must move to resource utilization. And then let me talk about joint admission. I've talked about NUC. For the joint admission board, there should be they're trying. They are performing well, but concentrate on the university education as their involvements into NC or appear diversionary. I want to say that now they JAMB does one exam. It's the exam they will use to admit university students. They use to admit college. To me, that one is a missed action. I'm suggesting that maybe JAMB should concentrate on university education alone. Every university should be mandated to have standard ICT centers, adequate as UME centers, while there should be stoppage of all non-tertiary centers. That's why they do miracle centers. When children and the higher institution doing their exam, JAMB also uses some other centers, cyber cafe. They do a lot of things there. So I'm saying that if you want quality, JAMB should cancel that one and emphasize that other college, polytechnics, or university, that's those that must house CBT exams. Conclusion. MC, conclusion. Enhancing, let me conclude that. Conclusion. Enhancing access to qualitative education is not equal to endangering qualitative delivery. That we say we want to enhance access, we must not shoot on the face qualitative delivery. Thank you.
Please, let's keep those hands going. I think now we can clearly see why Mr. Koyejo, when he was speaking earlier, mentioned that our good prof is a 4-time VC. 4-time. I don't think I've heard, in actuality, just as Mr. Koyejo just said, I don't think I've heard of any VC that has served 4 good time as a VC. So you can actually understand why he has that capacity. He has really educated and re-educated us into why the business of education should be taken very seriously. So once more, a very big thank you to you, Professor Sam Oye Bandele, VC, Vice Chancellor, Anchor University, Ayobo, Lagos, for those wonderful words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have been told that right about now, we'll quickly want to do something, as we're all very pressed for time. We want to take a quick 5 minutes for our dignitaries to go round. We have a few exhibitors in here today, and we'll be doing a big disservice to them if they do not go and see and interact with these exhibitors. We're talking education. There are a few exhibitors in our midst here. So we want to do a quick 5 minutes of interaction with these various exhibitors here in our midst. So right about now, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly do that. Our event organizers, can somebody come moderate this session so that all of us don't just file out at once to meet all these people. So who is handling that for us from the event organizers? Of course, Mr. Idahosa Gabriel and of course Engineer Leah Kupoli will be heading that procession with our dignitaries still in our midst. But we want to know if there is any. Where's Mr. Seriki? Where's Mr. Taiwo Seriki? Okay, please, Mr. Taiwo is coming. He would help head the procession as we go and visit the few exhibitors in our midst here. Mr. Taiwo? Okay, good. So Mr. Taiwo Seriki will be heading the procession. It's a quick 5 minutes, and we'll come back to our seats and continue today's program. Then I've also been informed that a very unique Institute is in our midst, and we quickly want to recognize their presence. I've been told that the International College of Aeronautics, Lagos State, the students are here with us. Please, can you guys rise for recognition? The International College of Aeronautics, Lagos State. The students are here. Please, a round of applause. They're in our midst. These are the future guys that would fly you and I to the various parts of Nigeria and, of course, international. So, thanks, guys, for being in our midst. You guys are welcome. Okay, I've also been informed that the students from Anchor University. Yes, those are the students from Anchor University. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. So right about now, Mr. Taiwo Seriki will be heading the procession to visit all the various booths, to be accompanied by Mr. Gabriel Idahosa, Engineer Leye Kokboli, and of course, some of our dignitaries to include Professor Sam Oye, who just finished delivering his keynote address. And of course, we still have Ms. Adetola Salao, who also have a session to do with us later on to follow the procession. And who else do we have? So after the procession, we also have the first discussion session that will be happening after that. And of course, we also have another wonderful delivery that will be handled by Professor Sidi Osho, the promoter from the University for Women Africa. She'll be giving us a discussion very soon also. So you want to stay tuned for that. So let's quickly do the procession. Let's quickly do the procession, visit the various booths, and come back to our seats. Thank you.
Excellent.
Good morning, everybody. This is Success Tab. It's a digital learning device for secondary school and teachers. It has over 40 e-notes with a scheme of work Nigeria curriculum. It has JAM, WAEC, and Junior WAEC. On the e-notes, we have the scheme of work for a particular term. It covers the year, the term, and all the sections for a particular time. And the subject is from GSS 1 to XS3. So when you have the tab like this, it covers all the subjects you need to take, and it has all that need all the students to pass the examination. And the most important thing, it has a parental control code, whereby even in the absence of a parent, you are well secured that your children are secured. You have a peace of mind that your children are secure, because a lot of children use the tab unnecessarily. But even when the parents are not around, your children are secure because of the parental control code. So you'll be able to have access to the parental control code, and they are secured. And they need to study continuously for the past question, the JAM, the WAEC, and the Junior WAEC. And on the tab like this, it has Khan Academic, it has Udemy and Udacity for self-development, and all our content, they are offline. So even when you don't have internet, they can always read with the tab like this. Yes, they're all offline content, not connected. Yeah, they're all offline. And on the tab like this, it has Khan Academy for self-development, Udemy for self-development, because some children want to learn how to do coding, website. So even in your absence, there are some courses they can also do on the tab like this, which is the certificate courses for them, for self-development for children. So even in your absence, they can always develop themselves and do what is useful for them. And we have biography of great people on the tab like this, whereby the children can always look great people and want to be like them, and also think big for them to become a great people as well. So the tab has what it needs children to pass and to succeed in their life. Thank you.
Okay. You should face it directly. You should face it directly.
Yeah.
From secondary school, ma'am. It covered from JSS 1 to SS 3, all the classes and all the subjects. Let me show you some of the things I'm talking about here.
Yep. Don't worry, don't worry.
Yes, this is for senior classes. It covered from SS 1 to SS 3 like this. So anyone you open like this, it comes with it has a scheme of work. Yes, on all the subjects. This is scheme of work. Yes, this is scheme of work. Then any of the topic you open, it has the notes for you. So instead of them carrying a whole lot of textbook, yes, so we extract the lesson notes from the textbook and we embedded it on the tab. So children will have access to digital education and quality education. Ma'am. It's 99,500 naira, ma'am. Yes, it has a screen. Only. No, what we have on the tab is more important than the price, because the tab has screen guard, it has OTG cable, UBS, and it has a keyboard pad. They can also learn. They can also work on WPS on it, Excel, PowerPoint, and Microsoft Word. So it's just like their small laptop, because instead of them carrying a whole big laptop all around, they will just, yes, it's portable and it's carryable. So it's just 99,500 only. Yes, if you're interested, I will give discount just because of the program. For today. Sir? Sir? All right, so we are ready to do business with you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So this is Kit and Kin. So I'll be handing over to you so that we can do a little presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. This is Kit and Kin Educational Schools, and comprises of various schools, the Montessori Primary School, the college, and also the academy, which comprises of the international studies, like IGCSE, TOEFL, and SAT. Kit and Kin is a school that teaches with character. That's what we build. We want to build a leadership in the system. Kit and Kin is situated in Ikorodu, in Lagos State. We have produced good students with distinctions, and we want to keep that up in building every child can learn. In Kit and Kin, despite whatever character you have, we believe every child can learn. That's one of our vision. There's everything in a child that needs to be brought out. That's why the school is there, to bring out the best in a child. We have a series of books here, which I'll be privileged to hand over to you one, if you don't mind, sir. Okay. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, if you don't mind, ma'am. That's the book one that, yes. Do you mind one, sir? Young Learner Series is written by the children in the school, yes, but was produced 2017, yes, the primary school children, yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Very well done.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, the more. Address is there. Yes, it is. You can have this as well.
Okay. Which one's free? This?
Every of them.
Is it for sale?
No, it's not for sale. Have one.
You know, we'll be training for sixth form, A levels generally, and in 2000 we started our foundation program, where we train students here. You know, they do the foundation work with us, and we now go abroad to continue the program. So we have connection with many investors abroad, more than 40 of them, and we run programs like Canadian Foundation, you know, UK Degree Foundation, UK Degree Foundation, Canada, USA, and we equally do Medical Foundation, where we assist students who are interested in studying in Hungary, you know. So those are the kind of things we do in addition to O-level. And currently we are thinking of partnering with Nigerian University, where there can be a progression from global international to 200 level in Nigerian University. And that's one of the reasons why we are here. And we have it in mind to partner with many universities in Nigeria concerning that. And currently most of the partnering universities are in UK, USA, and Canada. So in brief, that's what we do.
Sorry, sir. Are you GIC Canada?
Yes.
Yes, we run the program. That's
Can I quickly ask, what role do you play for your students for universal facilitation?
we.
Because I just took my son to school in Nigeria. We paid an extra fee, 150,000 naira to secure a date. I haven't gone through all this series of A-level. In fact, it was another procedure entirely, and highly embarrassing. So I really want to know, when the students are ready to proceed to their schools, having their student visa is key. So what role does this school play?
Well, in that area we don't have problem because we have another body within global community that we call Global Offshore. In fact, we have almost 100% placement success rate. So we follow our students after they finish up till the time they get to the university. Yes, we don't have problem with that. So these are things we've been doing for the past 22 years.
Which universities do you partner with?
One of it I can remember is Surrey. Yeah, these are the name of the universities. We have different types.
What the one in UK?
The one in UK. UK.
Yes.
Canada. Yes, this is the strategic offshore I told you about.
So if you also look for
Yes, we assist. Yes.
postgraduate
Yes, what you just did. Yes, we do. Thank you very much.
Social science and media studies. We have accounting. Yes, yes.
Engineering.
No. In view, because we are in 300 second sem. No, it's a 5 years course. Yes, yes. And these are the costs, implication for the program. The cost, the fees. Sorry, sir. The fees are here. And we also have full ICANN accreditation. Yes. Yes, we do ICANN. We have full ICANN accreditation. And that's why. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Thank you. Okay, your ICANN, sir. Okay. These are convocation that we just ended and matriculation too. Yes. Where is the career? Where is the career? Okay. We just, for our students, we prepare them for career. You know, companies come to interview them on campus and give them jobs even before they go for youth service. So before youth service, they already know where they will serve and where they're going. So this is what we prepare them for. Yes. Yes, yes, we do. Yes. So, yeah. Okay. Yes, we have MSc in Media and Communication, and we have PhD in management. Yes, and they've inserted them. Okay, I'll get from. Okay, yes, it's there. Based on the graduates, let me help them carry on. Very friendly, sir. Sorry. I'll get to the other one, sir. Okay. The fees are very friendly, and we are charitable in our fees because you can't get this with the standard abroad. Yes.
Our contact information is also, they should give you a card. LBS is not part of it.
LBS is under Pan Atlantic University. Okay. Yes, it's a school under Pan Atlantic University. Yes, that is the business.
This exhibition is just for Pan Atlantic itself, not for LBS.
No, for all programs, all the programs. So we take inquiries for all the programs. Thank you for coming. Thank you, sir.
International Consult Limited. We are global educational consultant. So we have our schools in the UK. We have our direct schools in the UK. Talk of University of Bradford, Ulster University, University of Bedfordshire, University of Hertfordshire. So we have several schools, and we have the list here. We have the list here as well, so that you can actually go through. We also have, yes. So we also have schools in Canada. We have schools in USA. We have schools in Australia, and we also have guides on how to go about it. We will guide you. We can help you with the document. We will advise the document to provide. Schools have different deposits. Enrollment process to visa process, every stage till you get to your choice of school. You're welcome. Yes, sir. So yes, we have our contact details.
Within the next 3 to 5 minutes, let's please wrap up the visitation to all our exhibitors. There will still be time for that. I mean, our exhibitors are still here till tomorrow, and we still have some parts of today towards the end of today's program to also visit them. So right about now, please let's start making our way back to our seats as we get ready for the remainder of today's program, which still promises to be very engaging. Of course, I did mention that any moment from now we'll be having the first discussion session. That will have various discussants, and all our discussants are already very ready. They are ready, preparing to give us their delivery. So ladies and gentlemen, please let's make our way to our seat, please. Thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back.
I'm happy. It's good news.
I want to believe we enjoyed that visitation.
You know, I'm doing photography and I'm trying to relax because school is just taking up all my time, and obviously nobody's serious with school in this country.
So please, can we quickly have our seats?
Including the government themselves. So you just have to find something going on for yourself, something that works for you, and school is not it.
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I want to believe you enjoyed that little visitation and you saw one or two brands that impressed or caught your fancy. So our exhibitors are still here with us till tomorrow. They are one of the reasons why we have this event going. So we want to say special appreciation to all the wonderful brands that are exhibiting at this year's Education Fair. Now, to continue the wonderful session we've been having so far, day one of the 2022 Lagos Education Fair powered by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Before I move any further, I want to quickly once more recognize brands like the British Council. The British Council are the official conference sponsor for this maiden edition of the Lagos Education Fair powered by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We say a big thank you to to the British Council. They are one body that is always at the forefront of supporting anything that has to do with creativity and education. They are very, very particular about that. I've worked with them on a number of projects in the past. We also want to appreciate the support from the Lagos State Government. We already have them duly represented in our midst, from the Honorable Commissioner of Education to other wonderful representatives from the Lagos State Government that would also be talking to us much later. And also, we want to mention the Pan Atlantic University and thank them for their support also. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right now we want to invite the next speaker, who is no other person than Professor Sidi Osho. Now, madam, I've been asked to read your profile, and wawoo, that is the word for it, wawoo. So, you will forgive me if I just take some bits, because your profile is a wonderful one, and I mean you've given the work, so it's only normal to have such a profile. But ladies and gentlemen, Professor Sidi Osho is a promoter of the University for Women Africa, UFWA. Professor Sidi Osho is the pioneer and past Vice Chancellor at Babalola University, Chairperson of Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources Network for Africa Development, President and founder of Sidi Osho Foundation Nigeria, Board member of Biotechnology Society of Nigeria, BSN, Honorable former Commissioner of Education, Science and Technology, Ogun State, former Special Advisor, Higher Education to the Governor of Ogun State, Member Advisory Council, the Commonwealth Entrepreneur Club, UK, member of the Scientific High-Level Commission of World Farmers Organization, and a whole lot more. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome our next speaker in person of Professor Sidi Osho, as she'll be talking with us. Welcome, madam.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to be here, and I want to sincerely thank the organizers of this great program for inviting me, in spite of the fact that it was on short notice. I contacted them because I read in the newspapers that they had an education fair, and I felt that is a strong opportunity for me to share the latest development in education sector as we progress and talk about quality education in the world. I'm very impressed with the quality of professionalism and effectiveness in LCCI. To the DG,
and of course, I want to stand on existing protocol because I don't want to go into other names, but I'm very grateful to the DG for sending someone to call me at 5 a.m. in the morning to make sure that I'm here today, and I really appreciate that. For me, efficiency speaks volumes. And as I looked at the program this morning, I was excited. I'm going to be talking to you and taking you through our project, a UNESCO project, University for Women in Africa. And so this morning, apart from the president of LCCI, the DG of LCCI is a woman. The Honorable Commissioner is a woman. The Special Advisor on STEM is a woman. The Professor Mrs. Ibiyemi from the University of Lagos is a woman. Please, women, if you're in this hall, clap for yourselves. It's time for you to get your deserved recognition. Well, I'm going to run through a couple of slides quickly because I'm told I have 10 minutes and I want to stick to time because it's important that we, cover lost ground. And I would like to go to the slideshow, please. I'll be talking to you about the University for Women Africa as it helps to transform education and improve access to qualitative education, tertiary education in Africa. This project was conceived as a result of our stay-home COVID-19. Next slide. I'm going to run through these slides in terms of the context, our proposed solutions, the relevance of this university, our implementation agenda. Oh, okay, you want me to be doing both. What do you do? Want me to, okay. Resource requirements, sustainability of the university, and the way forward. Okay. Now, I'm using context from the African Development Bank because it relates to Africa. And I will be talking, I'm taking a first quote from the president of African Development Bank, Dr. Adesina, who said, "It is important to increase access to quality education for thousands of Africans in order to transform Africa into a global knowledge hub and turn education into a public good that is universally accessible." He said this 2013. And he emphasized it as a result of their own strategic program, which was, presenting a 10-year strategic plan on Pan-Africa, and we're looking at education sector. I'm noting those years. 2013 was talking about transforming Africa into a global knowledge to make it a public good and universally accessible. Now, how do we get to that? When 2020, COVID hit, and that was the pandemic that really exposed the quality of education in the African region, because we claim that we are digitalized, but in the reality, when COVID hit and we could not go to schools, there were closure, everything was stopped. Some schools continue to interact with their students all over the world. Lessons and classes didn't stop, but in Nigeria, it did stop. People had to go back to the drawing board to start looking at how they're going to interact with their students. And the UNESCO did a study at that time. Over 23.8 million learners were out of school, from preschool to tertiary education. Out of these almost 24 million, 12 million were girls and young women. And this is as a result of COVID. Now, as a result of COVID, even in African Union, they're saying that we should rethink education, and we have to look at it in the area of gender, rethinking gender. Why? We want to continue to have equal access to technology, particularly for the girl child, and to close that existing gap in assessing technology and quality education. We all know that education is significant. Our keynote speaker, Professor, 4 times Vice Chancellor, has said it this morning. The Commissioner of Education has reiterated it. It's important. Education is the key.
Without education, you don't even have a skill. You cannot function in the economic workforce. Education provides an individual with society benefits, opportunities for employment, improved standard of living, better income, and improved health. So, why is education, why do we want to promote equity in education? Because we want to, we want to stem the loss in human capital. And we want to also, want to help females that are denied education based on religion, family background, and poverty to realign and also to close the gap. The Chronicles gentleman said something about the fourth industrial revolution. The first one was water. The second one was power. The third one was electronics and information. And now this is the digital revolution. And so if Africa does not fit into this revolution now, and our graduates and our students do not fit into digitalization, then what is the quality of the education delivery we have? Now, we did a study in 2019 during that COVID. See, that's your job. Come and do it. Okay. Come on. Can you assist me, please? Okay. We did a study in terms of the access to tertiary education for the girl child. It was a study in the 6 geopolitical zones in Nigeria. And we found the results were very, very funny. The barriers we first found was that 62% is not moving. That's okay. It's moving now. Okay. Okay, thank you. So you will do it as I speak. Thank you. Poverty, which is the main issue that most families face, is 62%, is one of the barriers. And I don't even know the meaning of poverty anymore, because even people that parents strive to send their children outside this country for what we could refer to as quality education. So, and I'm happy that Prof has said it this morning, we must realign and re-transform this education to suit the needs of our people. The other barrier is 11%, which is cultural beliefs. Some people still feel that, women should stay at home and cook. And, their role is better in the kitchen, even if they have a PhD. Then the other group is the early marriage and the pregnancy, which is the 12%, and the illiteracy, which is about 10%. The ignorance group, about 5%. But what really bothered me was the lack of interest in higher education now. The lack of interest in the higher education. I have a loud voice. I'm a teacher. Yes. The lack of interest in higher education for this current generation is funny. When we were doing the interaction, they were telling me that my brother and sister, they graduated, they didn't get any job. So I'm better off because I'm helping mommy to do business, and we are the ones feeding them. So, some of them are even thinking of marrying rich husbands, and they pass that responsibility to the man so that he can continue to take care of them and the family. So the issue of insecurity has also been a major menace. The terrorism, the Boko Haram, the kidnapping, it's a major issue. And so, in fact, there was a higher institution that is a private institution in Nigeria. If you remember that they took all their some 24 of their students. Remember, you can imagine the investment in that school, that the proprietor has set up that school and they kidnapped 24 students for them to be releasing them in trickles. You can imagine the trauma even to the staff. So whether we like it or not, we must start looking at the best possible education that is accessible for our people. Now, the percentage of girls that want to have a professional life are many. About 60% of those interviewed really want to go to school. Some of them have done the WAEC, the NECO, and and they want to go to school. But the access, the quality is very key. Now, UNESCO looked at these results and decided to test it in Mali, in Chad, in Sudan, and in Kenya, and they were coming up with the same results. So Africa is a small village. We have similar problems, and we want to address it as a similar issues. Next slide. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with an estimate of 70% below the age of 25. Next slide. Okay, below the age of 25, about 200 million youth, which is 20% of this continent's population, constitutes 37%. The population of the youth constitutes 37% of the total labor force. Can you go back, please? Yes. So the total labor force is about 37%, and the rising unemployment rate is about 60%. And so the unemployment is much, and when you talk to the graduates and when you see a student that is graduating, they're going to be working in an industry. The sector of the industry might vary from engineering to health, even to education sector. But the significant thing is that we want to start closing. They need that industry experience. They need that industry curriculum, because even industry is claiming that these students, because when we're tackling the issue of unemployment, the industry is saying that, how can we hire them? They graduate after 4 years, they can't write good English, they can't comprehend themselves, they can't do a project, they want independent thinkers in industry that they will give a project to and they will be able to implement it to delivery, and that the graduates of these days can't do that. I said, so the role of the University for Women in Africa is to provide higher education and technology to close some of these gaps. Next slide. Is a private university. University for Women Africa is a private university, and the headquarters is going to be in Lagos. It's going to be a degree awarding institution, and I need to emphasize this. The last meeting I went to and I talked about it, the men said, you are a feminist. I am not. I'm not a feminist. It's 80% women and 20% men. We will operate the eco laws, the environmental and eco laws, which means in ecology, everybody is relevant, including men and women. And so we are just identifying that there are lots of women and young girls in the world that need higher education space more than the men. The motto of the university is knowledge is power and possibilities. The vision is to be a pioneer university in excellence, technology, mentoring for women in Africa. The mission is skills and jobs to produce highly competent, resourceful, quality graduates and with high moral standards. Our attributes are excellence, quality, mentoring, creativity, and empowerment. Now, what are the specific roles of the University for Women in Africa? We want to continue to amplify voices and articulate the priority concerns of women and the girl child across the world in terms of gender equality in Africa. We want to promote gender equality, empowerment of women. We want to be able to give them access to opportunities for leadership in all decision making of life. They want to provide higher education with new skills to a larger proportion of women in the workforce. We want to enhance access to digital skills to promote women's empowerment. We want to improve their socioeconomic status as beneficiaries by reducing discrimination against women and girls everywhere. And we want to create strong and sustainable women partnerships and networks. If you are in this room and you are a woman, exchange networks. Can you exchange your card with another woman? You need to network among yourselves to see where you add value to each other's lives. Start talking to each other, please. The men are looking at me. Next slide. The key competencies of this university are many. We have a focus on research and discovery, and our research is going to be focused more on high quality research and award of scholarships. We're going to, like any other university, we're going to do teaching and research, but we'll be using blended learning methods. We'll share knowledge, creativity, we'll do graduate, postgraduate, under a non-degree teaching, long life learning. We'll also include in our curriculum sustainability to capture society, environment, and governance, and climate change. And we are already into a lot of partnerships, and we're partnering. You will not realize we are not the only university women in the world. We have universities for women in the US, and we're partnering with them in the US. In the UK does not have any, but we're partnering with some institutions that have university colleges for women. We are partnering across the world for women because we feel this is the best opportunity. In fact, some of them are telling me that the girls that are in Ukraine, if they can come back, we can see how we can make an arrangement for them instead of, for them to lose their life there. Now, we'll be working in all locations within Africa, West Africa, where Nigeria will be the headquarters, and then Eastern, Central, and Northern Africa and Southern Africa. And we will undulate our curriculums in English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic. And we'll be using, academic excellence for blended, teaching methods, face-to-face, and digitalization will be significant. We have been endorsed. We have been endorsed by the UN, United Nations. The UNDP calls us. We connect the dots of knowledge to position sustainable development goals as a private sector engagement and to ensure promotion of an accelerated support for gender equality and women's empowerment. The UN sees us as, increasing women's educational attainment and economic empowerment to make them inclusive in economic growth on the long run. UNESCO is our partner, and we align with the Gender Equality and Africa project. USAID believes that we unlock human development potentials and transform scale of gender equality and women's empowerment using education and technology. I'm not going to bore you, but next slide. This is our letter of endorsement from UNESCO, which is dated 2020. So, in fact, we are behind schedule in terms of implementation. They are always on my neck. Madam, we need to move. And we are moving now. So, catch the train, women. We fit into 11 SDG goals and 17 directly. We align with, next slide, we align with 11 SDG goals and 17 indirectly, so I won't bore you. But the most important one for us is SDG 4, which is quality education, SDG 5, which is gender equality, and SDG 17, which is partnerships. So next slide, so that we can keep to time. In the African Union, we align with Agenda 2063. We are aspiring to be a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. In Aspiration 6, in Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on the potential offered by African people, especially to its youth and women and young children. So this is the map of Africa. That's our location, headquarters with our languages, English, French, Portuguese, and Arabic. So our curriculum is going to be undulating like that so that we can relate across Africa. Next slide. We've gone far with some of our work. Just to share some of it, we had a committee inaugurated in 2020. The academic committee has come up with the curriculum November 2020. Institutional multi-stakeholder partnerships committee November 2020. Infrastructure and architectural design also in 2020. Our corporate office is in Lagos, and then we have commenced multi-stakeholder partnerships, which includes this. We have inaugurated our digital committee. That was in 2020, and our curriculum courses have been completed. and that is completed in April 2021. We are about to start our virtual learning before the end of first quarter of this year. And so we'll be using the globalized, digitalized management systems, including preparation for learning resource materials. Just to let you know, also next slide, that we have it within the Nigerian context. You have to have a face-to-face agenda. Next slide. You have to, yes, you have to, not that one, next one, back, go back, yes. Thank you. You have to have a face-to-face agenda. So by 2024, we know that by the time we do the virtual school, we'll raise enough funds to be able to do the face-to-face in the way that the NUC requires us. But it will be a fee-paying, institution. There will be scholarships. There will be private sector and government donations, and of course self-sponsorship. And then we'll generate a lot of income to be able to put the brick and mortar together. Because it's a virtual and digitalized takeoff, it has to align with the African continent agenda for digitalization. Next slide. Fundraising, we've been doing a lot of fundraising. I don't know, I'm not permitted to talk about funds here, but we are going to definitely raise funds to source, for funds to do scholarships, to give people scholarships. We also want to establish more partnerships, and so we look forward to working with LCCI and other institutions that are based in this room. I look forward to working with Chronicles, because they seem to have been very organized, and then we ensure that we'll be able to take off in the first quarter of this year. LCCI connection is that as we looked at their context, next slide, as we looked at their context in terms of this education fair, LCCI wants to reposition educational sector. They are 134 years old. And this is the first time we'll see their leg out publicly on education. They've done a lot of business networking, a lot of industry-based activities, but people are demanding that, graduates work in these industries. So you should be part of industry alignment in the curriculum for education, so that when the student has gone through a curriculum that has an industry connect type of curriculum, then the industry is part of it already. So by the time they graduate, the industry is already familiar with them, and then job employment will be easier. So they want to bridge town and gown. They want to ensure human capital development. They want to increase productivity for sustainable economic growth. LCCI wants to promote partnerships, enterprise advocacy. They want to increase accessibility in quality education, using support adequate funding for institutional sectors. And so together we're going to create a model, a public-private sector model, which will be the best option for tackling national issues, including prevailing challenges in the nation's educational sector. And so we are going to create a learning model with LCCI, with project sites, like we have done in some African countries already. We'll bring in investors from the private sector. We'll also fine-tune the industry-based curriculum for Nigeria. We'll also, together plan the digitalized learning management systems that has Industry Connect. What is our return on investment? University of Women, if you partner with us, you will definitely have the opportunity to, be part of a legacy project in education. This is a legacy project because it's a total new twist. And it's an education enterprise owned by women, led by women. And, administration is about women. And, women, we are homekeepers. We care a lot. And we are also good business leaders. And so we want to see women in action even in the education field. We want to, the university will provide targeted support to women-led owned businesses. It will spark innovation. It will unleash prosperity across women and men in Africa. It will improve participation and contribution of economic growth and industrialization using education as a platform. It will integrate approaches and provide education for women and the youth, including leadership, mentorship, roundtable discussions, enabling environment, technical assistance, and capacity building as necessary tools. We are hopeful that the platform will launch continental projects because it's projected presence in all African countries, and will target over 2,000 women-led African enterprises. We'll be able to do cutting-edge research, women research, and advise strategy and program for a lot of industry and international organizations. University for Women in Africa will be a vehicle to create new jobs and safe spaces for women entrepreneurs and also learners. We have a team. I lead, Professor Sidi Osho, and they have talked about me because of my educational experience. The other next slide, we have other people from South Africa, Mariana. Next slide, Mariana, Dr. Theolin from Namibia, and Professor Ofolue from National Open University. And of course, we have Director of Strategy, Francis Hale, and our Director for Communications, Adenike Adi Funke. So I bring that to a close in 10 minutes, to be precise. I would like to say that you want to join hands with us to be able to unleash a very, very specific area of education, which is digitalization and technology, to improve higher education in African continent, and to demonstrate commitment to promoting quality education, gender equality, women empowerment across Africa. Thank you very much.
Please, let's keep those hands going. There's always this popular saying that whenever women want to do something, it's as much as you don't want to look at it like a competition, it ends up looking like one. They always want to show themselves and excel. And what Madame delivered here was very beautiful. And I mean, what you guys are doing at your institute is an amazing thing. I want to quickly get some words in from Mr. Gabriel Idahosa before we move to the next discussant.
Well, I couldn't resist asking the MC to give me the microphone for a minute or two to tell Professor Sidi Osho that this is music in our ears. And at the LCCI, we are very practical. We get straight down to business. In this room, we have the head of the education group of LCCI. She's here. We have the head of the women group in LCCI. I think she's also here, and I would like them to meet with you right after now and begin to work with the university. We are huge stakeholders in this. We have a couple of businesses that are owned and managed by women in LCCI, and I believe that when they hear this, they won't be able to sit in their offices until they meet with you. And I think we want to run with this very, very quickly. Thank you very much.
Well said. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I quickly want to also recognize some other outstanding schools that are in our midst. I was sent a list earlier. Okay, yeah, I have it here with me. I heard Corona College Education is here with us. We also have Bridgegate College. We have Kit and Keane School, Ikorodu. We have Global International College. We have Goshen Schools. We have Supreme Education Foundation. And we also have Holt Class Schools. Now remember, guys, tomorrow we're having a very special program, the Career Fair. So you want to be part of it. All these wonderful schools that have been with us today, you want to be part of tomorrow's Career Fair that we will be having. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we want to go to the very first and only discussion session, which will be moderated by Ms. Adetola Salao, the Senior Special Assistant Education, Lagos State Government. She will be moderating this session, and the session is fittingly titled Access to Quality Tertiary Education in Nigeria, Impediments and Resolutions. So ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome as I invite Ms. Adetola Salao who will be moderating this session, and she'll be joined too by the following individual, Mr. Ugochukwu Chukwujiaka, the CEO, Energy Talent Company. Please join us on stage. Followed by Dr. Oseni Taiwo Afisi, the Director of Special Interventions, Lagos State University, LASU. Also in this panel discussion is Barrister Gbemiga Ogunleye, the former Provost, Nigerian Institute of Journalism, GT Ogunye Chambers, Ikeja, Lagos. And finally on this panel discussion is Mr. Wale Atekoja, the Chief Executive Officer, Saklot Technologies. So these individuals are part of this panel discussion. I think we still have one more person. I think that's Mr. Wale Atekoja from Saklot Technologies.
One person, maybe the person left. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I think we've sat down for way too long, so I'm going to ask us to do a quick exercise. Okay, the teacher and me can't resist. Can we all just stand up? Just stand up. All right, so you just move your hands, move your hands. This gets blood flowing through your brain and through your body. And you'll be a lot more alert now. All right. Go ahead and sit down. Thank you. That is a trick we use in the classroom for our students to get them to be a lot more alert. All right. So without further ado, we're going to be talking about tertiary education, which has been our theme for today. My name is Adetola Salau, and I am the Senior Special Assistant on Education to the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. We're very proud of the work that we're doing here at Lagos State, and I'm sure you just heard that 2 of our colleges were actually redone. One of them is going to be a science and technology university, and the other one is going to be a major training hub for our teachers. We're very, very proud about that work. We're hopeful about a lot of developments that are going to stem from that. Okay. I think I'll have you guys introduce yourselves, and we'll quickly talk about the topic, right? All right. Is it on? Or do you want to use this one? Just use this one.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ugochukwu Chukwujiaka. I'm the CEO and founder of Energy Talent Company, and essentially what we do is we recruit, train, and how to hire solar talent in Nigeria.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Oseni Taiwo Afisi. I'm an associate professor of philosophy, and I'm the current director of special interventions at Lagos State University.
Good afternoon. My name is Gbemiga Ogunleye. I'm a legal practitioner. We solve other people's problems. Thank you.
I like that. Okay, I think I kind of told you who I am. And since everybody's describing what they do, I guess let me describe what I do too. I am the political aide to the governor of Lagos State on all matters education. For the past 2 years, I have been driving interventions and initiatives in education, particularly in the area of STEM, or as we like to call it now, STEAM education. Just recently, we concluded, well, I shouldn't say concluded, we heralded an event at Agege Alimosho and Ifako Ejaye, which was called the Soccer Drone Challenge, which is the first of its kind in Africa, where our students use drones to actually play soccer. I mean, it was something amazing. Please, if you can, go online and look for it. African Drones Challenge, or you can look it under the name of our intervention. It's called Steam Up Lagos. It was really, really amazing. And I'm looking forward to our students actually going to compete on the global stage. That's just a microcosm of a lot of the things that we're doing. But since they're selling who they are, I think I should also sell what we're doing. All right? I'm taking a hint from Prof over there. Prof sold the university too. So yes. All right, so today we're going to be talking about what really is qualitative tertiary education. We're going to be talking about the challenges and solutions. See, I don't like us just talking about what's not right, what's not right. We need to talk about solutions. So I would like for you guys to define in your own words what you think tertiary education is. And then we'll talk about some of the challenges, but I want us to spend even more time on solutions. Okay, can we do that? All right. Okay, your mic.
All right, brilliant. Can everyone hear me?
Can we hear him?
Can everyone hear me? Okay, brilliant. So this particular question excites me, and it excites me for a bunch of reasons. I've spent the past 8 to 10 years going across 3 continents trying to answer a key question which is related to this, and which is essentially how do you provide effective and scalable, or if you may, efficient education in developing nations. And, you know, so to see LCC put this out as a question that needs to be answered is one that when I was invited to this, I was really excited to come share my perspective. So to the question you asked, you know, we've spent quite a bit of time talking about university education, and that's not, you know, the crops of tertiary education. And I know we're not going to get into the problem, right? But part of the issue is the fact that we've really defined tertiary education as university education on a lot of levels. On a lot of levels. So essentially, right, so technically, tertiary education, you can basically think of it as the education that comes post-secondary school, right? And it cuts across both, you know, technical, it cuts across vocational education, it cuts across university education as well, right? So I would be talking in the light of those categories and not just university.
Very nice. Thank you. That was a concise definition. You want to give us your take?
Thank you. While I'm not going to have a definition or make a definition of what tertiary education is, or quality education is, I think that a description of what it is will be apt.
Okay.
When we talk about education, I think it's important for us to also differentiate it from what is called knowledge. Yes, we can have education without having adequate knowledge. Education is formal, okay? But knowledge is something that people get on a daily basis, okay? And of course, education without knowledge is something that will be devoid of what is called logic and critical thinking. Because in whatever form of education, whether formal or informal form of education you want to give, there's a need for us to ensure that such kind of education does not have any form of dogmatism or indoctrination in it, okay? But it involves critical thinking, it involves logic, in such a way that every student, we are all students, but every student is able to think for himself or herself, okay? And he or she is also able to contribute to society. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Operator, you know, there is always a disadvantage when you talk last. Others will have said what you want to say.
Now do your own. Exactly.
No, I'm going to take a different, with your permission, I'm going to take a different dimension, which is that I hope those of us who are seated here, I hope we have done our continuous voter registration. And the reason I'm asking this is this. A former Ghanaian president once said that seek first the political kingdom and every other thing will follow. So it is important that those who make decisions for us, if we are not part of that decision, they can even decide to close schools and cancel not only quality education but tertiary education. So it is important for us as seated there, please, to ensure that we get our voters card and ensure that we take part next year's election, so that we are in a position to elect those who are going to be commissioners for education or senior special assistance education, because they are crucial. They can determine whether you go to school or you don't go to school. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Oh my God. Well done. Okay, so he gave us a call to action, which was make sure you go out and vote. You know what? He's leading to my next question, which is us talking about the challenges around, and remember I said we're going to talk about solutions later, but what are the challenges around tertiary education right now?
Okay, so I'll talk about this from the 2 points that we've highlighted, so access and quality. So from the point of quality, right, you know, the Prof who was speaking earlier talked about how the number of the unemployment rates in Nigeria, right, and if there's nothing else that's indicative of, you know, sort of what she mentioned here about how employers of labor look at graduates and say, am I going to employ this sort of person, right? So that's indicative on some level of, you know, the quality of people that we bring out from our institution. But on the reverse, right, we will also see the fact that there's a, you know, what we call brain drain happening, where people from that same institutions, right, are going to work in medical institutions in other parts of the world. So there's definitely something good happening and something not so good happening, right, on the part of quality. So, you know, in terms of what are the reasons for the poor quality that we see, you know, we can list out these things, and anyone in this room can probably list it out. From, you know, we have ASU on strike right now, you know, from the amount of money to the quality of learning that happens. Then to the other part about, you know, access. So essentially, you know, when you think about access, the thing that comes to my mind every time I think about access, especially as it has to do with the African continent, is the fact that in less than 5,500 days, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world. The largest workforce in the world, right? As at today, we have close to 2.5 million tertiary graduates who are unemployed. And if you talk to, I'm an employer of labor, right? There are other employers of labor here. If you talk to employers of labor, they will tell you, we have jobs, we can't find the right people for them, right? We can't find the right people for them. So the question to be asked is, if Nigeria, being one of the largest countries in Africa, is going to be a part of that group that would have the largest labor force, what would this labor force consist of?
Well, thank you very much. When we talk about challenges to quality education, people, I'm sure that a number of people have talked about funding, talked about security, and many others. But I, as a teacher, would talk about curriculum. It's very important for us to get our curriculum right. I mean, it was just talking about having the necessary set skill, all right, for our graduates to be able to, you know, get employed. Many of our graduates are not employable, you know. But I can, a number of years back, a couple of years back, when I went for my PhD in New Zealand, you know, after about a few months, I had to call back my colleagues and said, we are not teaching those guys the correct thing. You know, that the world has moved beyond Nigeria for 50 years, you know. And so, and that it's not that we should copy what it is done in the West. There's something that is called decolonizing the curriculum. But it's right now, all right? But it's also very important for us to know what is right. I mean, the world, I teach philosophy, and the world has actually moved from teaching Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates, you know, to applying philosophy itself to entrepreneurship, applying philosophy to, you know, what is practicable. So I think that it's very important for us to get our curriculum right in such a way that our graduates will be able to acquire the necessary soft and hard skills that will be useful for them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Moderator. For the parents who are in this room, I want to ask a question. How many of you want your children to be teachers?
See, that's the issue right there.
Please, how many of you parents want your children to be teachers? No hands up.
Nobody.
Okay, to the students, how many of you want to be teachers?
They don't want to be teachers. Oh, wow.
I can only see, okay, 2 hands. I think that answers the problem. That is a problem. Teaching generally is seen as a poor cousin of the more, if you like, lucrative professions like law and medicine.
Yes.
That explains why teachers are genuinely poorly paid. And that is seen from the recent ASU strike. The basic reason why ASU is on strike is because of welfare.
So are you saying that teachers being poorly paid is a challenge of tertiary education? I want you to make a direct correlation.
Yeah, it is. That is why ASU is on strike, Madam Moderator. It is important. I mean, how much does a professor earn, and how much do colleagues of Madam Moderator earn in the civil service? How much do those in National Assembly earn? How much does a professor earn? And you know how long it takes to become a professor. So it is important, if you want to improve standard of tertiary education, we have to look seriously at the welfare of teachers. Okay. Thank you.
All right. I know that you guys will clap for him. I know. I just wanted to add a couple of things to what they said real quick. When I was listening to both of them, I heard a lot about the skills gap, and that's something that we all need to start talking about and start working on. How are we going to make that connect between our students going through education and then being able to come out to become viable, and not just employable, but also people who can contribute to society economically, also pour out the best of whatever they have. So that's one. Then I also heard you talk about reforming, because that's the word I'm thinking of, reforming our curriculum to make sure that it is more adaptable to our needs now. And when you are saying decolonializing, I kind of get you, but actually what I think the word I want us to use is to our own context. You see, there are a lot of things that are being used out there in the West. They're not necessarily bad. It's just that we need to see how to adapt them to our own reality here, right? Okay, I just wanted to make that distinction. We always keep going back to our colonial masters. We need to go past that. Okay, so another thing that I want us to talk about is access to qualitative tertiary education. Access to it. Just earlier, Prof was talking about the phone calls that she was receiving from these worried, concerned, frantic parents whose children are at Ukraine. I actually myself have my own cousin at Ukraine. And to be honest with you, I am dreading picking up the phone to ask, so what's the latest? Do you get what I mean? I don't even know, like, even as Madam mentioned it, my heart started to race again. Because I started thinking about how am I going to pick up the phone to call my aunt to ask about my cousin, that how is he? And I asked myself that question, what was it that led this child to have to go there? So I know that's some of the things that we're going to have to talk about now when we're talking about access to qualitative. We're not just saying just to go to school, but it should be education that actually adds value to them. So I want you guys to please talk about, and can I just switch things around a bit? Let him start for us, because he always has a contrary viewpoint. I want to hear it. Thank you.
Okay. Location is an issue. For instance, if a child goes to school in Ajangbade in Lagos, for instance, you are almost certain that the kind of resources that will be available to schools in that area will not be comparable to somebody that goes to school in UI. And again, I go back to the issue of the ASU strike. The funding of the universities is terrible, really, really terrible. I was on the council of a federal university, and like Prof said, when they were doing accreditation, they had to go to nearby schools to rent or borrow not only equipment but also lecturers, just for them to meet the accreditation criteria, which is really, really bad. So that's a serious challenge. Then the equipment are old. A pity, I don't know. I think say funding is an issue. But if you are able to prioritize, I think we should have enough fund to be able to fund our university. Yes. Somebody mentioned the issue of digital access, for instance. You know, we have the now running. Not many people in today's Nigeria can leave their job actually and go to school. And they want to go to school. And so, if we can democratize access to education by having other bodies provide that facility by service and taking advantage of technology, I think that will enhance the access to education. Thank you.
Well, thank you. To add my voice to what you just said, I think that COVID-19 has actually made many of us see that there are other avenues to impart knowledge. It doesn't have to be physical, you know. Although at the Lagos State University before COVID-19, we had established what is called a form of blended learning, you know, in such a way that we can apply digital learning to education. So, and that will enhance our access to quality education. You know, students can be anywhere. Yes, students can be anywhere. They can be taught anywhere, you know. Although the challenges are still there, the challenge of electricity, the challenge of, you know, data, the poverty level of the site is also a challenge. But that nonetheless, it is not a hindrance, it is not a total obstacle for us to implement such kind of blended learning. And it's really working at Lagos State University.
Brilliant. You know, I was going to say almost the same thing. You know, I'm really grateful for COVID, because prior to COVID, we were spreading the gospel of blended learning. Blended learning works, and it was going over everybody's heads. And as soon as COVID happened, people realized, oh, it's possible for people to learn online, right? So the reality is, I don't think we acknowledge how much the world has changed, right? A person who was in Oxford 50 years ago, when you compare that same person to someone who has a smartphone that has access to internet, the amount of content that they have access to is not only similar, but on some level, even more than someone who only had a professor's head and their library, right? So it's even more. So we've not acknowledged the fact that the world has changed drastically, right? You can take courses today with Harvard University professors, you can take with anybody in the world, right? And that is a reality that we must come to terms with, to say, okay, if these things exist, how do we take advantage of it, especially given the fact that we want to give access to the right quality skills, you know, to the right quality training, to a myriad of people that we can fit into a university building, a physical university building.
Fantastic. I am so happy that we are speaking about the advantages from COVID. One thing I like to say whenever I go to programs is we are really conditioned to always see negatives in situations, but I actually saw a lot of positives that came out from COVID. Well, and one of the major positives that I saw was, of course, our transformation of how we went about education. I mean, look at it, when we're talking about blended learning, people are not lost. I remember I spoke at a program at Unilag in 2017, and when I was talking about hybrid learning, blended learning, they were just looking at me like, what are you talking about? And I remember when I commenced my doctoral program, which is taking place, well, I'm still in the process, in New York, and I'm here in Nigeria. People were telling me, oh, how are you going to do it? Shouldn't you travel? Why are you here? It doesn't make sense. You really will gain more on a face-to-face. Please do not discount the power of face-to-face. In fact, there's something powerful about when a teacher and students interact and connect. However, like we said, there's so many constraints. So why should you limit yourself when those constraints are in the way? So being that, I'm still undertaking that program, and I've gained so much, even if I'm here in Nigeria. In fact, during that COVID, during that lockdown, that was what kept me sane, that I was working, that I had work, I had deadlines, I had things I was doing over and over and over. So even if the whole world shut down, myself and my professor were still talking, we're still emailing each other. So we really need to embrace, quote unquote, the new normal. So I'm here, and I'm sitting here, and I notice all of you are all winking and saying, okay, government is here. So let me just address the elephant in the room. What roles, what do we see government doing to help facilitate easier access to tertiary education? I'm here, so go ahead, bring it on.
Well, you are my employer, so I need to let you know what we are going through. Funding.
Keep going back to money. I'm going to talk about that.
Funding. And I will say it again, funding. Well, granted that Lagos State government is making enormous efforts on LASU.
Yes.
But it is not enough. Okay? Funding. And yes, I'm still going to continue to repeat it. You know, because it's not all about paying salaries, you know, because there are still quite a number of things that the various institutions of learning require. You know, our laboratories require equipment, offices, lecturer offices require, you know, furniture, you know, and so it is not enough to say, oh well, we have established, and that it is not also peculiar to Lagos State alone. We're talking about university, tertiary education in general, yes. You know, and the idea of continuing to proliferate universities because for political reasons, because I'm from Mushin, so I need to establish a university in Mushin. Doesn't make sense when the existing universities have not been adequately funded. Okay, so if government can increase the level of funding, thanks to Lagos State government, they have increased our subvention actually, but it is not also enough. All right, but yes, it is not enough. So I think that, and which is also one of the reasons that ASU is on strike. When government makes agreement with anybody, not only ASU, they should fulfill, you know, implement it, so that, you know, we will not continue to have the kind of quagmire that we have at the moment. Thank you.
Okay. All right, guys, hit me. Come on.
Well, he has mentioned some of them. I think, yeah, he did. Then I think government should encourage the private sector to be involved. I think that is something government is doing with Julius Berger also. I mean, giving them concession, tax holidays or something. I think government should extend the same thing to manufacturers, to industries. They can be encouraged to set up scholarship facilities for students who are engineering, so that they can be part of it. And then the facilities versus are aging. Like I said, I was on the council, I know what I'm talking about. They are aging. They need to be improved. New ones need to be upgraded, to be bought. Then I think, I don't know who mentioned in the morning, the fact that you have a PhD does not make you a teacher.
It was my commissioner.
Okay, does not make you a teacher. I think it's important that those who want to teach, they learn how to teach. They should be encouraged. They should be encouraged to go and do PGDE. I was happy when the VC said she too has a PhD. I think I was excited. So it is important. You don't just go to the classroom and pick a chalk. A lot of things go into teaching, and I'll continue to insist. Teachers need to be well remunerated. It is very, very important. Thank you.
Brilliant. So I'm going to take a bit of a contrarian approach to this. So we've agreed on two things in this panel. We've agreed, one, that, you know, the world has changed and there's a blended learning approach that's possible. We've also talked about the fact of, you know, working with private sector. So some questions we should ask is, in terms of accreditation, do we really need 100 hectares? If we have the challenge that we have, right? Do we really need some of the things that's being asked for, right? To get, so I know of a few institutions that are doing really well in East Africa that try to come into Nigeria who could not come in, right? Because they are adopting a new approach, they are adopting a new way, and these are people who, when you talk to anybody who employs any students from them, you know, it's all positive reviews, right? So do we need to, you know, reconsider some of the things we consider, for accreditation? Should we care a lot about input or more about the output? What are the students like? What are employers of labor talking about these students who come out of these institutions? And can we create sandbox to test out some of these things?
Very good points. So I want to address Mr. Funding 5 times. My master's degree is from a university called Syracuse University. And Syracuse University is a research institution in the United States. It is located in the central New York section in New York. It's very close to Canada, actually. Very cold, very, very cold. Anyway, why am I mentioning the fact that it's a research institution? There's a reason I mentioned that. Based on the fact that it's a research institution, it was able to have fantastic collaborations and partnerships with organizations. A perfect example of which was our stadium that we had was funded completely by this company that used to make air conditioners called Carrier. They even named it after themselves. It's called the Carrier Dome. I even showed it the other day to my son. I said, look at what our place looks like, because my son is obsessed with sports. So these collaborations were able to fund so much in the university. So when you were talking about private sector, I want us to make more noise about these collaborations, about these partnerships between us, that's federal, states, and these private institutions, organizations. I believe that when we work together, that synergy of this money that we're talking about, we'll find that money. And we'll find out that actually, because I have come to actually now realize that, yes, money is some of our problems, but money is not all of our problems. It is not. I know why I'm saying this. This research that I'm talking about, during that COVID, I kept waiting for the fact that we'll start creating solutions here to the mask, creating the masks, the sanitizer and all those things. I kept waiting for that. And thank God, some people now rose up to the task. So research is something that we need to talk about more. I was so happy when Prof mentioned that in their university that research is going to be one of their cornerstones. We need to talk about research more. And he's right, our approach needs to be less buildings and more open spaces. That noun, whoever came up with that noun university, we need to have more like that. So I think we the teachers, us the states, and us private sector, we need to start making more noise about that. Okay, so I want us to I want us to kind of summarize, maybe in a line or two, what are the key takeaways you want people in the audience to go away with from what we've talked about, qualitative and more access to qualitative tertiary education. And particularly, I would love somebody to repeat that whole thing about that definition of what tertiary education comprises of, okay? Thank you.
All right. So essentially, I would love for the audience to leave with, this thought. Again, Africa is going to have the largest workforce in less than 6,000 days. What are we going to do if this workforce do not have the right skills? Right. So we're going to have the largest workforce in the world, right? What are we going to do if we don't have the skill set? We can't follow the same pattern that Oxford did. They had 900 years. We can't follow the same pattern. We don't have time, right? We don't have time. So what we must think about, right, is what are the advantages that technology gives us today that we can leverage, right? If we need to get 3 million people, give them the skills that they need, are we going to do that in a physical space? We can't do that in a physical space, right? What can we leverage? How can we leverage the community space we have, the society that we have, right? One of the beautiful things I saw in Finland was the fact that schools, right, tertiary institutions had a multidisciplinary group of people come together and they solved the problem for the local government. The local government gave a project, a real project, right, where they were having issues. They came together multidisciplinary, right, and solved it, right? Now you don't necessarily need a lot of the things that you're going to be spending money learning the grass when you have 2.7 million people who are unemployable. That doesn't work. That doesn't work, right? So in addition, I'm not saying this or that. I'm saying in addition to what we currently have, let us think about adding additional things that gives us leverage and that enables us to give access to more people going forward.
Fantastic.
Well, I think that the values have changed from when we were young.
Of course.
And what many young people focus on, especially the Generation X, is this usage of technology. And I think that what we can do as government, as administrators, is to find ways in which many of our young people can explore technology, you know, and we should also find ways to ensure that we're able to apply such technology to institutions so that it can become more attractive to them. You know, when we have talked about blended learning, and I think that it is what young people will be very enthusiastic about, what they'll be very interested in, rather than coming to the four walls of the classroom and sit down all the time. Because many of them are on social media every day, you know, so they can actually receive lectures, qualitative lectures, through their telephones, through their computers, and whatnot. So what I want us to take away from here today is that every stakeholder needs to do more with, by encouraging technology and then applying it to tertiary education. It will bring more access to it. Thank you.
Well done.
Madam Moderator, I think on a final note, I think for us to transform education, it has to be a collaborative effort between the government, parents, private sector, and the students. And I think we are not talking about students. What we did when I was at NIJ was this: when we are hiring lecturers, we first make them guest lecturers before we make them full-time lecturers. So that the students, at the end of the day, are given a form to assess those lecturers. So based on the assessment of those students, we will determine whether we're going to recruit you, or those we have recruited, whether you are coming next session. So it's an anonymous thing that we do every year at Nigerian Institute of Journalism. So students have to be involved themselves in assessing their professors. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. I love that. Giving students agency is very, very important. You know why that is so key now? Let's think about what happened during, for a lot of us parents. How many of us have children who are in secondary school? Please, a show of hands. How many parents here? So all of you are all mamacitas here. Shay. Okay, no problem. Mine is still in secondary school. I can admit it. Okay. So when they were at home during that lockdown, they were still conducting classes. Now at that point, when the lockdown kind of started easing and I had to go back to work, I wasn't at home to monitor whether my son was going on Zoom. I mean, of course, in school, they tried to make sure that they were monitoring and they gave them assignments. But the key thing that I want to emphasize is the fact that a lot of the learning came back to who? The students. The students had to take control. So it's very important that we understand that over and over and over, there's so much power to the students. And we should stop acting like the students do not have a say. They have a major say in how they learn and how they're going to keep knowledge. It's very, very important. In fact, when he was mentioning about technology, I kept thinking about the fact that a lot of trends, because me, I'm not a social media person. I'll go on Facebook, I'm out. Forget Instagram, I don't even go on Instagram. My highest that I love is WhatsApp status. That one, yes, I can live and die there. So my son is the one who always has to, oh, mommy, look at this on Instagram. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that. He's the one that has to tell me. And I find that a lot of times, these students, they have so much that they can share with us if we give them the opportunity. All right, we've spoken quite a bit. I love us having an interactive session. So I want to know if any of us have questions or issues that you want to address to us. Please. You want to help me? Okay. Oh, Prof. Hey, I'm in trouble. Prof has question. Hey, how do I answer a prof?
No, it's not. I just want to encourage that the issue of assessment is very significant.
When I was in Afe Babalola University, as a private university, and you can see that the school is ranking very high.
Yes.
One of the things we introduce is assessment of the teachers. When the student takes their exams, they assess the teachers. They assess the teacher for quality, for content of delivery. Because even some students know more than the teachers.
Yes.
We assess them for everything. And it is anonymous. They're not supposed to put their names. But what we do with the assessment comes to the Vice Chancellor's office, which is mine. I get to know that lecturer, and I get to know him that he's not performing or is performing in his class. And so where is the deficiency? It's not to witch hunt, but to send him back to our training school to get improved teaching skills. There was one particular lecturer that had issues disseminating knowledge in mathematics. When he enters the classroom, he backs the students throughout. And he writes he just keeps writing on the board and saying, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? And the student went at the assessment, they said, we don't know his face, we don't know his name, we don't know who he is. It's only we don't call him Mr. You don't understand. And there was more failure rates in his class. So assessment is not only good for the institution, it's also good for the individual to know what the opinion, what you are delivering, what they think of it. It's very significant for quality education delivery. And also, I want to add at this point that the world is digitalized. And you know, students that you are teaching, when you tell them a definition, they are already online identifying that definition. So you yourself as a teacher, or you need to be prepared to be able to deliver. Otherwise, you will be found wanting.
Yes. Thank you, ma. She's so right. The children, they go online quickly and they find the answers. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma. Yes, ma.
My name is Bolanle Jimo. I'm a secondary school teacher.
My favorite people.
This is the question I have.
Yes, ma'am.
One thing is, when the first lecturer was talking, he was talking about students not being able to form complete sentences, the graduates. The problem is from primary school. I'm in the senior school. Right now, we have students that are preparing for WAEC, that we had to go and buy Queen Primer for them. Queen Primer 1, who couldn't spell ordinary HE, we will call is. How did they get to senior secondary school?
Good point. Good point.
And one thing that I noticed is that there is this mass promotion. Everybody should go. And they continue telling us, you must have 100%. 100% from where? Telling us to teach them in the examination hall. The student that we taught, even you can't even dictate to them. You write the answers on the board. How do you want them to pass when they get to higher institution? They cannot write. We have many of them right now preparing for WAEC, and we are still teaching them how to write address. They cannot spell 4-letter words. How did they get to senior secondary school? Government is focusing so much on the senior secondary school because we prepare them for WAEC. That is the results they want to see. What about the primary school? What about the junior secondary school? But the focus is so much on us. They gave me students who cannot read. I want to teach financial accounting. They don't understand anything. And at the end of the day, you want them to have credit. And even when we promote, they tell you no. They return the results that this percentage that passed is too small. During Governor Fashola era, he said, and I love that dispensation so much, that it is, if it is out of 500, if 10 qualify, English, math, and 3 other subjects in the core area, it is only those 5 that should be promoted, not mass promotion. Please carry out a data on the students in higher institution, that era, that are in higher institution, about to graduate. Look at them and look at what we have presently. Until we stop mass promotion, there won't be. You understand? So we need to do something about that from the primary school, not the senior school, that
you want to see the result. You want result. You are coming, you are telling us you want result. Then the teachers will do. It's not all teachers that invigilate WAEC, do you know that? They have special teachers that invigilate WAEC. So we need to do something about that. We only want to present students who really qualify to write WAEC, to sit for the exam. Thank you.
Okay. Can I say something to my sister first of all, please? Go ahead and sit down, my sister. I actually felt like coming down from the stage to give you a hug. Do you know why I wanted to give you a hug? Because I've also taught senior secondary school. I can hear your frustration. I can hear your pain. And I can hear the fact that you are a very good teacher. You really love these students. I'm a teacher who loves my students. So I can hear it in another teacher that loves her students. If you didn't, you would just talk down about them and that's it. But you actually love them. And I know how much it hurts you that they've gotten to this stage and they don't have the prerequisite skills that they should have. I agree with you. There are so many deficiencies in our system. In fact, for us to start talking about it now, my sister, you and I will go on for a long time. But let me tell you what I like to do as one educator to another educator. When I was teaching just like you, I didn't teach here in senior secondary school here in Nigeria. I taught in the US. But let me tell you that the same madness that we have here is the same madness sometimes that can be over there. So when I'm speaking to you, please know that I'm speaking on a solid ground. If you come to my office in Alausa, you will see my credential. I am not somebody who is just speaking to you as somebody who is a political. I'm actually speaking to you as somebody who has actually sat down and taught for almost 20 years. You understand what I mean? And then my parents are also professors, so I understand about ASU too. Because I went through it over and over. That's why he was talking, I was just laughing. So I listened to my father was even a VC. So trust me, I've heard everything. My sister, do you know what you can focus on? You can focus on the people who are around you. Even if you can only save 5 children. That's what I used to tell myself every morning when I got up. That is your goal. You see those children who cannot read? I don't know whether they're able to still go on and pass WAEC if they are left with their normal devices. But if you can make a difference that those children are able to now read those 4-letter words, could you imagine what you have done, my sister, with your life? When it comes to that time when you are now saying, okay, I'm doing pens down, I'm retiring, at least you know that this is what you have done. Let's leave money, let's leave everything else. You will know that this is what you have done. So please, I know it's difficult. Trust me, I know what I'm telling you. It's not easy because like I said, I've dealt with it. But you need to focus. I have dealt with so much myself. In fact, when I come down and I hug you, I whisper some of my stories to you too. I have seen a lot of Orishi. My mother is still alive, thank God. If my mother were here in the audience, she would tell you how I used to come home and I used to cry after teaching my children. So I know what you're talking about, my sister. Trust me, I do. And I never taught primary school because it's horrible. But I taught junior secondary and I taught senior secondary. So I know how difficult it is. But keep up the good work, my sister. Keep the faith. Please do not lose hearts. Please, I am begging you. I said I'm going to come and hug you. Please, Thank you. All right, next.
Thank you, everybody. I think we have one of the best people we can have as our moderator, Senior Special Assistant to the Lagos State Government. And so we were talking to the Lagos State Government by talking to you. And I believe that if Lagos State gets it right, then other states would want to emulate Lagos State.
Yes.
I was talking to Professor Osho some minutes ago, and I told her, I said, my interest is in teaching primary school early education. And she said, why didn't you get a diploma in that so that you can do that? Because foundation is key. And we do not have that foundation. What is giving her frustration is that foundation.
Yes.
That's what is giving her. Yes. So we can talk from now till kingdom come. If the foundation is not right, we have a problem. Yeah. So for me, one, I was telling her about mathematics. I taught my children mathematics. I have 2 girls. I taught them mathematics. And I'd like to believe they are the best mathematicians you have.
Because you taught them.
I taught them personally.
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yes. So, the second thing is that reading. She mentioned it, reading. There is one thing I would like you to take away. And you know about it already. Reading assessment. Who does reading assessment in Nigeria? So you have a 10-year-old with a 2-year-old reading age. And what are we doing about it? Nobody looks at that. Because even when we talk about this technological age, I'm an accountant, and I like to say I'm old school accountant. And I tell my staff, when they want to talk about computer, and what do we call this, computing, accounting apps, software, I tell them, if you do not understand the basic debit and credit, you can't understand accounting app.
Yeah.
So don't come to me and say I can do accounting app. Can you draw me T account? I still draw T account till tomorrow. When I'm explaining to my staff, give me a piece of paper, I start drawing T account. If you cannot draw T account and understand T account, you do not understand software. So we're still back to the foundation. What are we doing? How are we teaching the basic things, even if we're using technology? How are we teaching it? And then the second thing I would like to talk about is the attitude of the teachers. And I know it's a general thing, especially in Nigeria. All of us are frustrated, including me, including William here, including you. We're all frustrated. So the attitude comes out, we take it out on the lesser person. And what the teachers are doing is they're taking it out on the children. I like how Professor Osho said assessment. Now, let me tell you the story of my children. Because I taught them maths, they're very good in maths. And the school they went to, I think the onus is on the teacher to make sure they know the subject. So she's teaching, a woman is teaching, and only my children understand it. So the older one went through it, where you have to participate in class. So they put their hands up and they don't call my daughters. Whether they are falling off the chair, the best thing the teacher will say is don't fall off that chair, and will not call. And immediately say nobody understands this thing in class, and she starts again. And my daughter is frustrated because she says I understood it, she didn't let me answer the question. 7 years later, my junior girl is going through the same thing. And she too is complaining. And her sister is telling her, don't worry, Miss Abede would never call you because she knows you know it. So we cannot go by the basis of only one person knows something and we move on. The teachers are under pressure to move on. But when nobody understands what you're doing, then why are you moving on? That's one. Two, if the teacher's attitude is so bad, the children don't like the teacher. If I don't, I'm an accountant now, but when I was in primary school, I could not stand my accounting teacher, so I failed the course. If you do not like your teacher, you would not pass the course. So when my children are failing any course, the first question I ask them is, what did the teacher do to you? Because if you don't like that teacher, you will not like the course. So all these things we need to put into place. The pressure on the teacher is so much to move ahead. They are special needs children. I spoke to one girl in final year law, and I think I was asking her a question. She came to do IT in my office, and I asked her how many kobo makes a naira, and she did not know. How many kobo makes a naira, and she did not know. And I said, but you need this in your life. She said, I don't need it, I'm a lawyer, I don't need it. So I went, yes, and I went ahead, and that week I was very upset. So I went ahead, how many meters make a kilometer, and she did not know. And then the one that finished me is, has man ever been on the moon? And about most of the people in my office said man has no, is it not that moon we are looking at? Man cannot walk on the moon. This is about 6, 7, 8 years ago.
My God.
Yes, man cannot walk on the moon. And I now said, please, who is Neil Armstrong? And somebody said, I'm not a science student.
Oh my God.
These are, look, I'm not talking of class. I'm talking of my office. My office. And I was so upset. My daughter was in boarding school. I can only talk to her on the weekend. So I pick up the phone on weekend and I say, I need you to answer all these questions. If you don't answer these questions, I'm coming to your school to slap you. So she said, what happened? I said, if you do not, I will take a plane and come to your school to slap you. So I started asking her the question, and she was giving me the answer. So I said, okay. But where is the hope when we do not know that man has walked on the moon? Thank you.
All right. Can I just quickly, okay, we're going to come to you. Let me quickly address my sister, because she also speaks with so much conviction in her heart. My sister, can I ask you one quick question? And then I'll get into the rest of what I want to say. You'll be able to hear, because I can tell you can carry your voice. That math teacher, did you ever go to the school to go and address that teacher?
No, I didn't. The reason
That's it. That's all I want to know. See, you forced me to stand up.
Because
no, that's it. Do you know why I'm standing up right now? That's you. My son took a test in geometry. And remember, I actually teach. I always emphasize that everywhere I go. I'm not just, I'm a teacher first. I've taught mathematics, I've taught science, chemistry, physics. The only one I didn't teach is biology. Like she said, those biology teachers, where are they? They need to be flogged because they flogged me. I still have my scar from my biology teacher. My son took that test in geometry, and in geometry, a lot of times we don't just have one way of solving things. We have 2 or 3 ways. We have a numerical way. We have where you use the composite, where you break down the shape, and then you now start calculating. My son is not very good with that composite. I wasn't either. So when I was teaching my son at home, I was teaching him in numerical way. So my son went to that test and used what his mother taught him and what he's comfortable with. And that teacher put a big, nice X. Oh, no. My mother was a professor. Okay? I am a math teacher. I went to the school. So I first of all went to go and see the principal. That one started talking and speaking back and forth to me. I said, oh, this man does not know what he came to come and deal with. I said, Oga, first things first, I came here as a parent. But guess what? I'm going to set aside the fact that I'm a parent right now. Oh yeah, let's talk professional to professional. I am a math teacher. I am certified by the state of New York. I am certified by the state of North Carolina. I'm certified by the state of South Carolina. I'm certified by the state of California. So what do you want to tell me now? He said, let me call my math teacher. I said, yes, call your math teacher. He now called that one, and that one started saying, I said, excuse me. Then the principal said, he too was a math teacher. I said, okay, good, you are a math teacher. In mathematics, do we teach there's only one way to go to the market? We teach that you can go from point A to B, you can use point B to Kini, you use different ways. So I said, you're going to correct my son's test. And they did. Why am I emphasizing this? A lot of times, we parents, we hand over these children to the schools. We need to stop doing that. You need to stop. I know all my son's teachers. I know the principal. Do you know if I call that principal right now, he will see how he will address me. He will say, oh, madam. Because he knows me. In fact, he's tired of me. Me too, I'm tired of him. We're tired of each other. Do you understand? My son's teachers, they know me. The principals, they know me. Every single school, I always make sure of that. Let me tell you why I did that. You are handing your children to these people. More than 8 hours a day, your children are under them. Don't you think you want to know what kind of people they are? What they are pouring to your children? I even go beyond that. I know my son's friends because I also know those friends, their parents. Because guess what? Those children are going to influence my child. And guess what's going to happen? My child is being influenced by those parents. So I am friends with all those parents. Go and look at my phone, you will see. I gist with those parents. Why? Because guess who they are affecting? They're affecting my child. My child forever is going to be impacted by those people. You are talking about foundation. I gave up a year of my life as a teacher to sit at home with my son to teach him how to read, how to write, number and all the numeracy. I knew why I did that. Because I knew if I don't get my son's foundation right, by the time I enter primary school, I'm messed up. Because my parents did that for me. When my dad was doing his PhD, my father sat down and was teaching me. Till today, I know that my father's pouring into me is what made the difference for me. So my sister, go ahead and point fingers at us in the school, but let's also point fingers at us. Do you get what I'm saying? Let's point fingers at us. You should have gone to go and fight for your children. You really should have. You should have gone to put that teacher in her place. That's the kind of person I will go.
No, I disagree in one area. I'll tell you a story, but I disagree.
No.
The thinking, the teacher not calling my daughters did not diminish anything.
No, I know.
Yes, he didn't. One thing he did was that he made them know that yes, you understand it, but everybody else in the class needs to be carried along. And the thinking is clear. But let me give you a story, a quick one.
Okay.
My daughter came one day in primary school. I think she was in primary 3, and she said to me, I won a space. I won the first place to represent my school in mathematics.
Wow.
You know, I told you that my children, in any class they are, they're the best man. She said, I won a place. So I said, oh, congratulations. How was it? What happened? How did you win the place? Because I like to go in depth. And she said, what happened was that they had 3 arms of primary 3. One person from her arm was taken, and that was her. One person from another arm was taken, and that was. Then from the last class, from the last arm, 3 students.
What?
Thank you. So I said, so what now happened? She said, all of us did the test and I won. And I went to school to fight. Look, if you go to Avesina today and talk to Mrs. Bogwade, they know me. I went to school to fight. And I told them immediately I got in, I said, told the head principal, I said, I need all of you here now. You know me. I'm fighting because my children got first, my daughter got first place. They said, so what is the problem? If your daughter got first place, what is the problem? And I said, the reason the problem is that you are teaching these children the wrong thing. You are educators. How can you rig the election? How can you rig the election? The teacher who organized it was the one who brought 3 people from her class.
They know what they're doing,
So they said, no, she doesn't mean anything. I said, so what are the odds? What are the odds that the person who represents the school would come from her class when you have 3 children against? I said, and my daughter won it. They begged me. I raised so much dust. So you see, when as parents too, we need to learn to pick our battles. I get what you're saying. I get the fact that we should always have our children's back, and my daughters. One is 23, one is 17. They are both in England. They know if push comes to shove, I will be there. I always have their back. But it is important, like you said, know your children. Know the school, know the teachers. You know, there's so many things to know. And because we're not really talking about parenting here.
No, not parenting.
But it is important if you do not understand what is going on. When I talk to people about reading age, I have 17-year-olds who their reading age is 10.
Yes.
And from a very young age, when my children were 10, their reading age was like 18, 19. So it is what you put in them. The parents will have a place, but let the system be level playing field. Let there be a level playing field. And then we, the parents, would have our own part, because we would lag behind. And when parents lag behind and it's obvious, then they will pick up the mantle. Thank you.
Brother Williams, can you give it to that young man?
Let's
Thank you so much, ma'am. I appreciate your candid response.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Augustine Modi from Corona College of Education. I want to contribute to what we are just saying. It's like a form of advice. When we talk about our lecturers and the way we're having a dwindling or downward slope in terms of our educational system, have we ever taken our time to go and look at our delivering processes? I want to talk about this in this form, that a lecturer who taught my seniors 10 years ago is still bringing out the same sheet of paper, and my brother then would have told me that this is how his question comes, and the same question comes the same way, and we are in the 21st century. He taught my brother 10 years ago. We are in an evolving world that what happened in 2020 is not happening in 2022. We are fast evolving every moment, and we are still using the same old style. My brother there said, when people graduate, they find it difficult to handpick anybody. It's because we are teaching with the old style. And what we need to do is application. We are still, if you follow Bloom's taxonomy, we are still at the knowledge-based level. What is discussed, list, no form of application. That is the reason why we not get the best of our graduates. When we lecturers come back to use application to teach, like they are doing in Finland. In Corona, we buy it, Finland, everything, so that application helps us to live from what is. We are good at teaching 2 + 3, 5. But when you say 2 + 3, 5, -2, we'll go back to 3, or whatever, addition and subtraction. But now put it in an application form that a bus left K2 bus station. 10 people were there. When they got to Ojota, 5 entered. And when they got to New Garage, 7 got down. How many are in the bus going to Maryland? The children will be blank because no application. I want to appeal to teachers here, both lecturers and teachers at the secondary. And I have taught primary, secondary, now in the tertiary institution. I'm the Dean, School of Education, Corona College of Education. I have taught maths, taught geography, taught physics, chemistry, and the rest of them. But application is key. When we change our delivering method, we are going to get the best of these graduates. We are saying government. Government have been giving out things. They have been giving out money. Third fund they give you to do research. In the long run, most of us, that research.
10% of what people learn happens in the class. 20% happens in interaction with one another, and the rest of it is through experience, right? So, but if most of the time we're spending is in class, imagine how much is being left on the table in terms of what people can actually learn, right? No one is going to tell, a pilot, draw a plane for a pilot and tell the pilot to act as if no one is going to do that, because we know what's at stake. But we've somehow come to imagine that for almost every other thing, we can just talk at people and they would know what they're supposed to do, right? This is research. 10% of learning happens in class, 20% happens through interaction, 70% happens through experience, through actually doing things, right? So please, let's take cognizance of that as we go into the classroom.
Okay.
Sorry, if I may also just quickly chip this in.
From, let me say, teaching to real life. When you are in class, always align your teaching to real life situations. Exactly. Some of us will say, when I was doing maths, they said find X, and I'm working in the bank and I'm still looking for the X. We were not taught that X is an assumption of what you are looking for. So those are the problems we are having. That's why I may be the best in mathematics when I'm graduating. But when we now get to the bank, we are looking for where the 10 naira is missing. I can't devise the means because there was no application and there was no relation to real life situation. If we start relating our teaching to real life and move out from concrete, we will come back to having people who will replace our field of vacancies.
I agree with you that some of our lecturers do not upgrade themselves. They continue to teach the same thing over and over without applying, contemporary experiences and knowledge. However, it is not that bad. One of the things that the NUC ensures is that every program is reviewed at every time that there's an accreditation. In other words, curriculum review is one of the major components for accreditation. Okay, and what that simply tells is that you will have to, in fact, one of the things they mark is the adaptability of your curriculum to reality. Okay, so I understand that even some professors don't even know how to use the computer today, but that doesn't mean that the educational system is so bad or that it is not reviewed continually. Thank you.
Wow. Let's get one more question from our guys from the School of Aeronautics. Let's hasten things up, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would not stand up because it's not necessary anybody sees my face.
Actually, you're wrong.
Yeah, it's not. Sorry. It's your opinion. I'm sorry. Just a second. Can I say something now?
I mean, come on.
Please.
Yeah, it is.
Why I want to say this in this manner is because we are used to a lot of things, and so it's difficult for us to change. So maybe we need to start changing approaches and still, try to get it. So this is what I mean. Now, we are all complaining. Parents are complaining. You parents who have kids already, you're complaining our kids are not getting it right. You have trained them in the way that you know. But today you're saying that, they got up there and nothing is being delivered out there. Yes. It is true, and this is happening. Yeah, this is happening because we are putting dogma in front of logic. What do I mean? Now, I went to a shop to get stuff, and this is what happened in Nigeria here. This is what happened. I said, please, can I have some chips? And she says, yes, here is your chips. And she handed me the chips worth 300 naira on my hand. And I say, am I going to carry these chips like this? She said, well, I don't have a nylon. And I said, oh, I'm sorry. And I said, well, would you like to be like ShopRite? And she said, by the grace of God, in the name of Jesus, Holy Ghost fire. I said, that is your problem. So, logically, if we see someone who really wants to be like ShopRite, you need to really start from where you are. Your branding, your packaging, your presentation. So I was very happy, madam, when you said we need to start looking in this hall today. We should talk more about solutions than problems.
Yes.
So what is wrong or right? For 100 years, we've been looking for it till today. We don't know. That's why when you said you're wrong, I said, well, your opinion.
No, that's not what I meant, but I will explain.
Sorry, can I land? Can I land?
Continue.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Our greatest problem today is religion, in Nigeria especially. When our children go to school, if you look at Nigeria today, from Sunday to Sunday, people go to church and mosque. And when the children go to schools in the mornings, they still hold a crusade before their classes. Second.
Okay, young man, I'm going to give you 1 more minute because I really have to go. I've really spent a lot of time here today.
Okay, please,
go ahead.
Help us in this generation. Because when we talk about education, first of all, we go straight to the schools. No, we need to start from the homes. Education should start right from the home. So our problem now is we need to start on learning everything we have learned before to get it right now.
All right, sweetheart, I'm gonna cut you off right now, unfortunately, because I really have to go.
Okay.
So let me just address a couple of things. Brother Williams, please let me address this young man so that I can just go, because I really have to go.
I
need to be out of here before 3.
From Madame.
Auntie, can you just give me 1 minute? I really need to address that child. Please, I really need to address that child. Number 1, I actually think the major issue we have is not religion, it's mindset. Do you know why I asked you to stand up? I didn't ask you to stand up because of religion. I didn't ask you to stand up because of dogma. I asked you to stand up because of courtesy. I let you speak. You're going to been at so many conferences in my life, and I've had young people like you present at those conferences. They did not sit down to speak. They stood up, they introduced themselves to people. My name is, I am so-so person, I am representing so-so place. It is called courtesy. That's what I wanted you to do. I wasn't talking about respect, I wasn't talking about dogma, I just wanted you to just stand up and tell us who you are. That was all. That's 1. Then 2, I'm not going to go into about religion, whether religion is our issue or not. Like I said, I rather focus on mindset. And you're right, I actually agree with you. Mindset starts from where? From the home. And you heard me discuss with the other auntie that was here earlier, that the mindset is who addresses is the parents. And I spoke about what I do with my son. If you met my son, if my son were here, he would tell you that one of the key things I keep focusing on for him is mindset. Because that's the biggest thing. Mindset. How he carries himself, how he's going to interact with other people. Because I don't want my son to be relegated mentally to just Nigeria. And I don't want a situation where he's in America, he's only relegated to America. I want him to have a global mindset, which means anywhere he is in the world, he will adapt himself to that place. And he will understand the norms of that culture and be able to assimilate and function. It is very important. Am I saying that everything we do here is right? No. I disagree with a lot of things we do here. However, I will go along and then I'll make my own points, like I made my points with you. Like I said, I have been at so many conferences. I have never, even the 13-year-olds that were at those conferences, they will stand up. My name is, I come from, it's very important. It's very, very important. Courtesy is very important.
Fantastic. Okay, madam.
God. Oh, thank you so much, madam, for staying this long. I do appreciate your presence, madam. I would not like us to leave this place without having a second look at the mass failure at the senior secondary school certificate examination, be it WAEC or NECO. My sister here is a teacher, and she has spoken passionately about mass failure at the senior secondary school level. And this has been a problem for quite some time. It is not a recent problem. It has been on for quite some time. We've run conferences, workshops, etc. We've drawn communiques, but no implementations. The children keeps failing. After investing 12 years into education, they will come out with F9 parallel. And at the end of the day, few of them will make it into higher institution, while many of them will drop by the roadside. Even the people that have graduated from higher institution, they cannot come out and stand shoulder high that they are made of. Let's talk of the school dropouts. Madam, you are here today. My sister is worried. So many teachers are worried. I am ashamed. My children went to private school all around. It's not because I can afford it, but because I know they will come out successfully. So I have to go through the pains. But everybody is not like me who can go through the pains. So, Ma, you are here today. Can we start to profile a solution? Can we start something about mass failure at the senior secondary certificate examination, so that somebody like my sister and so many other teachers will be happier in future? We are talking about implementation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ma. I'm going to use this juncture to round up to answer. No, my sister, I really have to go. It's almost 3. I'm seeing messages on my phone. I really have to go. To round up, I hear you and I heard my sister, and there are a lot of things that we're working on. Number one, the way we're recruiting teachers now, we're recruiting them differently. We are. The commissioner mentioned that. I think you heard her say that. And then another thing is training. You see, one thing my sister said, and I want all of us to also realize, and he said it too. He mentioned it. You cannot give what you don't have. So we're also working on a lot of training programs for our teachers. We are. And then beyond that, we've realized that government can't do everything alone. I mentioned when I was introducing myself that I've deliberately created a bridge for partnerships with organizations all across Nigeria. Who is talking about it? I'm not performing. That's that. Come on. You will have asked for a mic. You can't. I mean, come on. Anyway, like I was saying, we are working on training programs for the teachers, partnerships. I just mentioned the program we did with the U.S. Consulate. What I did not mention was there's one we're doing right now with GIZ. There's so many others we're doing. The commissioner herself, I wish she had had a longer time to stay this morning. She's also changing the way we're going about schooling as a whole. I don't know how many of us here have heard about the Comprehensive Schools project. She doesn't want it to be school as usual. In those schools, they're going to be doing beauty school. They're going to be doing plumbing. They're going to be doing carpentry. Okay, good. My sister has heard about it. We are going to be doing things differently because we cannot continue to do business as usual. He mentioned something very key that I had hoped that a lot of people would have picked on, which is tertiary education is not just university. I called my auntie the other day who is in New York, and I said, Auntie, it's been a while since me and you have gisted. My nephews, how far now? What are they doing now? What universities are they at? Do you see that even me, I'm still kind of archaic in my mind because I look at the stupid question I asked. So you know what she responded? She said, no, Tola, they are not in universities. They are in trade schools. I said, really, Auntie? They're in trade schools? She said, yes. Because I found out that when they come out from trade schools, they have skills that they can use immediately and they can get quick jobs and take care of themselves and make a lot of money. And I went back and I went, as all of us do, I went on my Google and I found out that my auntie is correct. Do you know that my friend locked herself out of her apartment in Washington, D.C.? I was in Washington, D.C. in December. My friend locked herself out of the apartment. People ask me how much the carpenter charged her to change the lock. Please ask me now, all of you ask me. Do you know that carpenter charges $75 for just 1 minute of changing lock? Let me break it down for you people, my own family here. $100 as I'm speaking to you right now is 57,000 naira. So I want you to multiply that by 0.75. It should be about 35 to 40K was what my sister brought out of her pocket to pay a carpenter. Now, do you see that my auntie is correct? when she said my nephews should go to trade school. So we need to start thinking differently. See, my phone will not stop ringing. You need to start thinking differently. We need to start changing our mindsets. Even my son, I was telling my son, yes, you're going to college, but we're going to do things differently. Okay? So even the way we're going about education with our teachers, we need to do things differently. And that's what we're trying to do. Now, is it easy? No. We don't have enough time. You know, very soon next year, we're going to be changing. And that's another issue we have too. You notice the commissioner mentioned that my projects that I'm working on, I am doing them sustainably. There's a reason she kept saying that word. I am trying my best to make sure that even if I leave, whoever comes up after me can continue this. It's not easy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for this panel discussion. Wow. It's been a heated one. Quickly, madam, before you go, let's do a quick photo op with 4 of you. You can stand up there. So where are my cameramen? And Engineer Leia and Mr. Idahosa, please join them up there. Flag them left and right. Quickly. It's been a very wonderful, heated, eye-opening session. And I think Mrs. Modupe should also join them. Madam, we discussed, it was education that we discussed. You should be up here too. Please come, ma. This was a very beautiful session. If most panel discussions are this heated, results will come out. There is this popular saying that when two friends go into a room to discuss and they come out smiling, they've lied to themselves. But when they come out, they are angry, they are sweating. Out of that fight, results will come out. So this session was a beautiful one. It was a beautiful one. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Adetola Salao, Senior Special Assistant on Education to the Lagos State Governor.
Thank you.
And also Mr. Ugochukwu, the CEO, Energy Talent, and also Dr. Oseni Taiwo Afisi, the Director of Special Interventions, Lagos State University, LASU, and finally Barrister Bemiga Oguleye, former Provost, Nigerian Institute of Journalism. Thank you very much for that wonderful interactive session. And of course, for those who contributed and asked questions, we say thank you too for your passionate drive towards education. Right about now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the discussion session for day one, but the exhibition is still on. The exhibition is still on, but we have come to the end of today's interactions. All the conferences, all the speaking sessions are over for today. But the exhibition still continues. We still have a number of brands who are here exhibiting today, so feel free to engage them. Go and see all the wonderful products and services all our exhibitors have today. I remember, as I mentioned earlier, tomorrow's session will also be very, very engaging. If you think today's session was engaging enough, come prepared for tomorrow and you will be wowed. I remember we have the career session for tomorrow. We're going to be having a career session tomorrow. You don't want to miss that. So please come early, come ready for tomorrow's session and benefit as much as you did from today's on. At this point in time, I want to call Engineer Leia Kupolui for the vote of thanks. So Engineer Leia, I've been asked to inform you to give us a brief vote of thanks before we call the conference session for today a close. And as I did mention, the exhibition is still on. The event itself has not ended. It's just the conferences that has ended today.
Thank you very much, our permanent MC. On behalf of the President of Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the Council and the ESCO, I have to thank all our discussants, all our presenters, all our keynote speakers, especially Mrs. Tola, Mrs. Adetola Salau, who has engaged us as a moderator, and all the other discussants, and especially you, the exhibitor, the visitors, the students that are here, all the council members that are here, all the board members, and especially the chairman of the specialized exhibition, Mr. Kunle Adebowale. Thank you all. We'll be expecting you all here tomorrow. Yeah. On behalf of our president, our deputy president, I'm greeting all of you, including Mrs. Tola Boboade, and every member, and the able sister, Mrs. V-O-O-O-O-O Onafoko Obadino. Yeah. We'll be expecting you here tomorrow. We have a more thing to do tomorrow, and especially for the career talk, it's very important for all of us. You are welcome. Again, we'll be expecting you. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much. So the exhibition is still ongoing. So please feel free to go and visit all the various brands in display today. And as I did mention, come ready, come prepared for tomorrow's session. It's going to be eye-opening. It's going to be engaging, just as you experienced today. Thank you very much, and see you guys tomorrow. Okay. Yes, I've also been informed to give special shout out to the crew behind all the video, the camera, all the effects that you've been seeing, and that's DigiFusion. So special thanks to DigiFusion for all the effort you guys have been putting so far. They are the brains behind all the video effects, all the cameras, the photography, everything that you've been seeing so far today. So thank you guys for the wonderful job you're doing, and we hope we'll see more performances tomorrow too. Thank you.